नचिकेतसे च पराञ्चिखानि व्यतृणत्स्वयम्भूः तस्मात् परां पश्यति नान्तरात्मन् कश्चिद्धीरः प्रत्यगात्मानमैक्षत् आवृत्तचक्षुरमृतत्वमिच्छन् परांची परांग अंशति गच्छति, that which moves outside, that is designed. Sense organs are designed to look outside. They are called khani. Kham means akasha. Akasha upalakshitaha shrotrendriya and sarvani indriyani. So all sense organs are designed to objectify, designed to perceive the objects of the world. Since this is how it is designed, this Acharya says, Vyatrunat Swayambhuhu. You know, this jiva is destroyed or killed by Bhagavan, as though. It is not killed or destroyed as though. Why it is said so? Why Bhagavan did like this? This design of senses being extrovert is meant for Jivatma only. The whole Jagat, beginning from Hiranyagarbha onwards to COVID bacteria, is created for fulfilling or exhausting samasti karma phalas. Jiva's karma phala decide the world, the situation, the objects, the people. Karma phala has designed this so that you can have sukha dukkha, your punya papa, sensual pleasure and sensual pain. It is designed to exhaust prarabdha, technically. But then, unfortunately, this particular, you can open it whole. Okay? But in this design, you can say side effect, like medicine side effect, is that Jivatma gets entangled into sensual pleasure. There is a beautiful shloka explaining the cycle of karma and karma phala, and then karma phala. It says, Kurvate karma bhogaya karma kartum cha bhujyate. The fellow does karma to exhaust, enjoy some punya papa. And that very process of exhaustion, very process of enjoying punya papa, the seed for new karma is planted. That is why it is called cycle of birth and death, cycle of karma, karma phala, karma, karma phala. Like even simple example, suppose they decide that today we want to go to some hotel for dinner. You just plan. And then where to go, some place you decide. They might have decided the venue for many other reasons, in terms of location and a little privacy or greenery or whatever. And you order certain items. When you order those items, You have never tasted. Hey, while eating only, there is a samskara or vasana that is created. What? Oh, wow, it's so nice. It's very delicious. I like it. Another group member would say, I just don't like it. I don't like the taste. Now, you went for bhoga, but that becomes a seed for new karma. After 3 months or 4 months later, you pass by, you have time, you are not that hungry, but still little hungry, then you will stop by and buy that item. So action is performed for bhoga. Bhoga is, while doing bhoga, the seed for new action gets planted. That's how the cycle goes. And that is called Vetrunat. The Jivatma develops new set of likes and dislikes, new set of values in the process of going through these experiences. And thereby Vetrunat has been destroyed. Destruction is in a sense that human body is gifted for moksha. To use it only for artha kama is as good as destruction. All other bodies, traditionally we say 84 lakhs of yonis, 84 lakhs types of bodies are there. This is a unique body which has potential to do viveka, vairagya and gain knowledge. But the body is used, the discrimination, viveka is used for gaining more artha and more kama. That itself is called destruction. In other words, not using the gift of buddhi properly is called destruction. Buddhi is given for nitya-nitya viveka, atma-anatma viveka, where other than that it is being used for arthakama viveka. That is destruction. So, figuratively said, the jiva is destroyed. Vetrunat swayambhu. It is not, there is a possibility of self-destruction. That's a better way of saying. Having created sense organs extrovert, there is a possibility of self-destruction. But why you say God has destroyed? Or why you say possibility? What is a window not to get self-destroyed? In Ishavasya Upanishad there is a mantra, Ekecha Atmahano Janaha. This is, they are suicidal, they kill themselves who don't pursue the self-knowledge. Because the window to gain moksha is there. Bhagavan has, to avoid this possibility, Bhagavan has given Shastra. And our rishis have given a lifestyle of dharma. If you live a life of dharma, it automatically leads you to moksha. This system of varna-ashrama, varna and ashrama-wise karma, it is like assembly line. In an assembly, if something is placed on the first step, ultimately it will be led to the finished product. So if from childhood, if you live a life of dharma, then you will be led to moksha. And that is a window. So buddhi naturally tends to go for arthakama, jivatma, because of purva janma samskara. So all other jivatmas go for arthakama. It is human being who has to use the buddhi. That third chapter shloka, indriyasya indriyasya arthe raga dveshau vyavasthito tayorna vashamagachet tauhi asya paripanthino. This is dvipsa, twice, indriyasya indriyasya arthe. Means every sense organ has its own corresponding, has strong raga dveshas for their corresponding Vishayas. That is Paranchi Khani. That will pull you to Vishayas. The human freedom lies in not to surrender my free will to what my instinct says, what my raga dvesha says. Bhashyakara writes very beautifully. Yada shastra drashtihi bhavati. Before pursuing, before converting fancy into an action or desire into action, the freedom lies whether I check, is this particular fancy or this particular desire is approved by Shastra? Is it as per Dharma? Is it proper for me to do? Then go ahead. That is the viveka. That is the freedom. If that is tayoho vasham na agache, don't come under that sway. The use of free will is this, not to change the world or external infrastructure as I want it. No. Whatever may be infrastructure, I have to change this infrastructure of fancies and desires according to Shastra. Otherwise, tauhi asya paripanthi. No, they are the looters. They will loot away the whole life because the nature of the Vishaya being such that it takes from one to other, another to another. Therefore, it is said the person is destroyed because possibility, if person doesn't use buddhi, he or she may do self-destruction. And that is why in our tradition, first ashrama was Brahmacharya ashrama, and in Brahmacharya ashrama, teaching of dharma was given, along with professional. Two vidyas were taught. One is wisdom of earning, the profession that you have to do, because from Brahmacharya, the fellow or felly becomes Grihastha. So they have to learn to survive. Grihasthi requires wealth. So professional expertise was imparted. But along with professional, they were given wisdom of living. And that wisdom of living is knowledge about Dharma. That is why this valedictory speech, Vedic valediction, when the teaching is over and the teacher tells him ultimately that Vedam anuchyacharyo ante vasinam anushasti. Vedam anuchya, having taught the Vedas, is the time to leave Gurukulam. Acharya anushasti, gives upadesha. What is the first sentence? Satyam vada dharmam chara swadhyaya anma pramadaha. This is wisdom of living. One should know what is proper and what is improper for me. The buddhi should be empowered to know, and it should be empowered to say no to myself. The freedom lies in capacity to deny myself. First, empowerment in terms of wisdom, and having had the wisdom, one should have necessary strength to deny myself about the things which I want, which are improper, which are not approved by Shastra. Shastra sammati nasti. And capacity to push myself for something which I ought to do, but I don't feel like doing. You know, the definition of freedom, Puja Swamiji used to give a very nice definition. What is freedom? Freedom is not something that I do what I feel like doing and I don't do what I don't feel like doing. No. Freedom is to do the things even if I don't feel like doing. And not to do the things even if I feel like doing. If I don't feel like doing, I push myself to do because it is proper. I feel like doing, but it is not proper. I have freedom, a capacity to hold back, to withdraw myself. That is the window, buddhi. So, Paranchi Khani Vetrunat Swayam Bhuhu. So, Bhagavan has given this word for karma kshaya, prarabdha kshayartha, individual and samasti. But then they convert this into bhogartha. That is why Vetrunat, as though destroying. Bhagavan and our tradition, rishis have given shastra, have given wisdom, but they don't use that, and therefore it is called as though destroying. Paranchikhani Vetrunat Swayambhuhu Tasmat Parang Pachyati Nantaratman. Exactly like, the child, pampered child, who is given whatever he or she wants, will be spoiled child, will be irresponsible and will destroy himself or herself. Similarly, to allow our senses and mind to have whatever it wants, it will lead to self-destruction. And Kashit Dhiraha, this Dhiraha, as I said, Yamaraja likes this word often. He uses Kashit Dhiraha. Again and again, the word Dhiraha is used in the Shastra. What does it, Dhiraha, mean? He says very beautifully, he describes who is Dhiraha. Kaha asau Dhiraha, he says, Nadyaha pratrisrotaha pravartanam iva dhiraha dhiman viveki. Dhiraha means dhiman, viveki, discriminative. But what kind of discrimination? Nadyaha, he says, pratisrotaha pravartanam. River flows in one direction, and to make it flow in just the opposite direction, towards its moolam, the effort that is required to turn around the river, that much effort is required to turn around oneself from extrovertedness to introverted. There is a story in our history. There was a king called Kartavirya Arjuna. He had 1,000 hands. Sahasrarjuna. He had 1,000 hands, and he had turned around Narmada like that. And by the way, this Tirtha Sthanam, pilgrim place, are the ones where some Rishi or some Bhagavan or some story is there. There is a story, that's why it becomes pilgrimage. But in terms of rivers, when there is a confluence, it is Tirtham, and when the river itself turns around towards its Mukham, that is called Tirtham. Rishikesh is a Tirtha Sthan. Well, if you see Gangaji, it becomes northwards. It's coming from Himalayas, eastern, on the top. But then somewhere further, after Mayakund, it takes this turn and then goes back. It is called Tirtha Sthanam. And the person, it is like a river. All our energies are flowing in extrovertedness towards Vishaya. To turn around, that person himself becomes Tirtham. So, Tulsidas ji says, sadhus are Jangama Tirtha. They are moving Tirtha. Because that person has turned around this natural pravrutti which was there from beginningless of time. Anadikala pravrutoyam jiva. That from Anadikal, beginningless of time, he or she, the Jivatma, was pursuing only Vishayas. And from there he has turned around to the Moolam, Atma Swarupam, from where it gets the Shakti. And that is why they are respected. In our culture, any Viraktaha is always respected because of this. Any Virakta means having any Vairagya. Simple white clothes, living home and staying alone becomes as respected as sadhu. As a wise person, they respect him. And out of that respect only in Kumbh Mela, you get Dakshina also. This, you see, one thing people have not noted. I have been telling this. I hope government takes the stand. They say it's the largest religious congregation. But one more thing is there, reflecting our Hindu value. The Kumbh Mela, depending upon astrological things, it lasts 30-40 days. And last time, during Prayagraj, I was told some figure, some 40 crores people visited Kumbh Mela. And you don't know, 40 crores visited. How many days they stayed? Some might have stayed 2 days, some might have stayed 3 days. So minimum you can say every day 2 square meals and 1 breakfast. So it amounts to 120 crores if 1 day. And if you say 3, because Mahatmas stay all the 40s, Sevak stays all the 40s, and the Snana time, they stay minimum 3 days, because previous day onwards it is closed. So much of rush. And next day also you can't move. See, imagine just roughly putting the statistics that these 40 crore people stayed for 3 days. Just 3 days. And 3 meals a day. So 9. 40 multiplied by 9. 360 crores. 3.6 billion meals are provided free. There is no restaurant in Kumbh Mela. You have seen that? Nothing. If you have your credit card, it is useless. You just, and you go, they say there is caste discrimination and all that. This is all narrative. You go to any ashram, they don't ask your jati. They don't ask from your area from where you come. Nothing. On the contrary, they will force you to eat. Aiye, khana khaiye. And breakfast time, they will provide breakfast, tea time, evening tea, morning tea. And they are competing with each other. If this fellow starts at 6, I will start at 6:15. Others at 6:30. Some 6 to 9 you keep getting. So you can have half a dozen minimum cups of tea. And if your stomach accommodates, you can have minimum 6 varieties of sweet dishes. Every day sweet dish is there. Eat here, eat there, go. And if you want to stay, they will give you bed and sleep in a dormitory. It is all there. Imagine so much of logistics. Done by sadhus. All sadhus do this. Grihastha seva. In a way, ulta hai. And you just have food, and if you are in a white cloth, you get dakshina also. Whether you are Japanese, they don't care. And even foreigners in white clothes are given dakshina. Sadhu hai. That value for a person who has committed to self. Avritta chakshu. He has given up the natural pursuit of sense objects, is respected. And that person is given dakshina also, as I say. And this all, the India is full of such viraktas, such people who just, there is a value to be sadhu and to be introvert. Every village would have one temple. And there would be one fellow sitting, may not know Shastras, may not know even Sanskrit. But they would be having some temple and Goseva and something they do. And obviously in village, they don't have liquidity. Village people don't have a lot of money. They can give you food and milk, but not cash. So they go to Kumbh Mela and make sure for next 3 years cash is available. All these dakshinas, they get enough, and sometimes they get for expansion, construction work. They tell also, Swamiji, Kumbh mein jana hai, I want to go to Kumbh Mela. I said, why? I want to build 2 rooms here. So you will get that money. Just value for virakta. Therefore, is kashit, rare word. And it is said that rarity is born out of aneka janma punya. When you live a life of dharma for some births, then, as I said yesterday, dharma leads to purity of mind. And purity of mind is freedom from likes and dislikes. What is ashuddhi? Your strong likes and dislikes are ashuddhi, that's all. In fact, that is a papa. Strong likes and dislikes, strong value structure in life. Some people always see the things binary. No means no, yes means yes. This is how things should be. The strong ragadveshas is papa. In the 7th chapter, Bhagavan says, Yesham tvantagatam papam jananam punya karmana. Those janaha, those people who are performing punya karmas, tesham papam antagatam. Their papa comes to end. Papa is destroyed. Then what happens? Te dvandva moha vinirmukta. They become free from moha of dvandva, ragadvesha. They become free from ragadvesha and bhajante mam dhradavrata. So ragadvesha is papam. Ultimate papam is ignorance. Self-ignorance is the ultimate sin, because ego, that causes all other sins. And ego's manifestation is nothing but ragadvesha. Kartrutva, bhoktrutva, strong ragadveshas. So when you perform punya karma, when you live a life of dharma, then antahkarana shuddhi takes place. That is a punya karma. Kaschid dhira. Kaschid, why? Because it is very rare to happen. Bhagavan says, Aneka janma samsiddhaha tato yati paramgati. It takes so many births. Life committed to dharma. Life committed to kartavya. And that is where, when the antahkarana is shuddham, 2 things can happen. Primarily, the fundamental question arises. Hey, what am I doing? What did I get so far? There is some undefined uneasiness with myself, discomfort with myself as to what I am pursuing. Things are not okay. I want something new. I want something else to do. That type of thought, that slow down in the pursuit of artha kama happens, and there is some space is created to divert my effort to something other than artha kama. That is the punya. Aneka janma. Therefore it is said like turning the river to its roots. That were kashchid dhiraha pratyagatmanam aikshat. That dhira will look for Atma, pratyagatma. Pratyagatma means the self. Pratyak, you can say the innermost or the ultimate self. Yesterday I told you this inner or ultimate, this adjectives to self are only with reference to ignorance. Ignorant fellow has many selves. There is a physical self, there is a pranic self, there is a emotional self, there is cognitive self. The ultimate means that self which is a true self. Innermost in a sense of subtlety. Innermost sense of giving satta spurti to others. That means Sachidatma. Pratyagatmanam aikshat means seeking the self. Now this seeking self happens because of culture. This is the advantage of Hindu culture. You grow up in this culture and pick up this value. Like even, I remember 25, 30 years ago when I went first time to US, our Indian women, girls are, even now also when Swami comes, they are enthusiastic to show that they are holding the culture. They are good mothers. So they teach some shloka to their children. And children have to present to Swami. And that program is before lunch. I have to pay the price, And the child will not speak. That moment only it will not speak. Beta, Ganpati ka slok bolo. Tell Ganpati shloka, Ganpati. After some persuasion and tempting and all that, the child comes. Come on, speak, come on, speak. Okay, Krishna sloka. You like flute? Achyadeva Chutam. I will stop. Then rest mom will prompt it and then finish. Now tell Ganpati shloka. And the mother said, little for a moment child was blank-faced. They always tell me, Swamiji, before you came, last 3 days he has been chanting this. But now only he doesn't. Dasharan Dadaj Godu na Doda. Now only he doesn't want. Please tell, please tell. And then mother said that, I still remember, it stuck to me that time. That elephant god shloka. When we grow up here, I never imagined it is elephant god. It never comes to us. Then Hanumanji became monkey god. It looks derogatory to us. Culture. So when you grow up, even now you go to village, old lady, absolutely illiterate, 90, 80 years old. Then you tell her, come on, let's go to US. She would say, I don't want to go anywhere. अभी भगवान के पास जाने का टाइम आ गया. Now there is this time has come to go to Bhagavan. The definition of moksha, she doesn't know. There is a value. So there is a value, some indirect awareness, indirect knowledge-based awareness that there is something called Atma that I should pursue. Even now people tell us, Swamiji, bas abhi Gita padhni hai. I want to study Gita. Why? Shanti pana hai. Want to get peace, want to get happiness. That value is there. That thing props up. The fellow has heard this. He knows. You come across people leaving home and studying Shastras and all that. But when there is a space here created, when Raga Dvesha stand neutralized because of Punya Karma, that thing props up. Let me go and expose myself to Shastra. Exact case is Arjuna. He was so riddled with ambition and all those things. Desires, love for power and valor and all kinds of things, fame, etc. Somehow a space was created at the time of battle, Mahabharata. And he asked, Yat Shreyasyat Nishchitam Bruhitan me Shishyasteham Shadipam. Teach me. That is Dhira. Rare to. Krishna was around all this lifetime. He was his buddy. He was there. But he didn't have a space. Therefore, Mahatmas say, there is a word in Prahasanniva Bharata. Krishna told him as though smiling. Little smile. Why? Krishna thought, Mahatmas interpret, today he has asked me the right thing. All these days he asked me how to do this war and how to get Pasupata Astra and how to rule, etc., etc. But the thing that I wanted to give him is now he is asking. Today. That is Dhira. Aneka Janma Punya Karma Paripakat. The Jivatma asks for Kasyid Dhiraha Pratyag Atmanam Aikshate. What is Atma? The self. That is the Rudyartha. As I said in Sanskrit, Bhashyakara quotes this shloka. Every noun is derived from verb. It has a meaning. So there is a definition of Atma. Yachapnoti yadadatte yacha atti vishayaniha yacha asya santato bhavaha tasmad atmeti kirtyate. Yacha apnoti vyapnoti. That which is all pervasive, which pervades everything, is Atma. Ap is a verb. Then there are certain suffixes added and Atma Shabda is made. Why it is all pervasive? Upadana karanatvat. Atma is the very material cause. That means I am the creator. See, many people tell, be Sakshi. Atma is Sakshi. So if it is ultimate, then Sakshi and Sakshya Dvaita is there. And Sakshi is one little Sakshi. Then so many Sakshis. That's not the true. That Sakshi is Jagat Karanam Brahma. Tasmadva etasmad atmanah akashas sambhutah akashad vayuhu vayo ragni. From which Atma? Satyam gnanam anantam brahma tasmad brahman. Etasmad atmana. That Brahman which is Atma is Jagat Karanam. Therefore it is apnoti. Yacha adatte. Adatte means eats away. Atti, grahan karna. Why? Again, upadana karanatvat. That material that is created, it will resolve into its raw material. Pralay kale, everything resolves into him. That is Atma. Yacha apnoti, yacha adatte, yacha atti vishayaniha. And while being ignorant, the fellow is eating vishayas. Does bhoga. That Mundaka Upanishad mantra, Dva Suparna Sayuja Sakhaya Tayo Anyat Avichakashiti Pippalam Swaduvatti. It keeps on eating vishayas. It becomes a karta, does bhoga. Yachyasya santato bhavaha. Anything that is, that isness is given by that, belongs to Atma. Atma is Satyam. So that whatever is, that isness is borrowed from Atma. And therefore it is called Atma. That Atma. I mean that seeker, that Dhiraha, want to discover things. So far I thought I am a small little fellow, dissatisfied, discontent, and I only thought I am a small fellow, got married to become big fellow, then discovered that small little fellow is useless fellow, doesn't know anything, because she kept on giving compliment. अक्कल नहीं, कुछ बुद्धि नहीं, समझन पड़ती है तुमने, साव नकाम हो जाए. I am useless fellow also. That he discovered. That is the benefit of marriage sometimes. So now he wants to discover that I am Purnaha, full. This is me. Pratyagatmanam Aikshat. Desirous of this. Avritta Chakshuhu. Avritta Chakshu means Vyavritta Chakshu. Withdrawn. Vyavritta Chakshu, not Chakshu doesn't mean only eyes. People take it that way. So close eyes. It is not closing eyes. Meditate. There is not that. Chakshu is a upalakshana for all indriyani. All sense organs are withdrawn. And when I say all sense organs are withdrawn, the word sense organ includes mind also. You can will the withdrawal of external sense organs. You cannot will the withdrawal of the mind. Pramathi balavat dradam chanchalam. That withdrawal of mind has to be natural. That means the person is endowed with shamadama. Indriya nigraha. Mano nigraha is there. And natural withdrawal means there is peace with oneself. Otherwise it is pieces. Spelling only different. The moment he sits and closes his eyes, the whole, like opening the floodgates, the water gushes out, thoughts gush out. No, there is inner leisure, inner freedom. Mind is not bubbling with things to achieve and not bubbling with things to do. Generally in meditation people get the list of the things to do. Formerly things to do were confined to some office work. Now two things are added. Reply those emails and see this WhatsApp. Things to do. It adds to that also. Now work to do. It goes on. Some past memories, hurts and guilts, some good experiences. Why didn't I do that? Why should I have done that? Blah, blah, let go. Vyavritta Chakshu. Mind is leisure. You enjoy yourself. Enjoy solitude. Enjoy being with myself, quiet. That is called Avritta Chakshu. Okay? So some complete mastery over senses. When I say complete, it includes emotions and cognitive mastery. It includes absence of restlessness about doing. This is to be achieved, this is not to be done. It goes on and on. So, Avritta Chakshu, it is not out of will. Fellow is sitting, he is withdrawn out of love for solitude, out of love for being oneself. There is relative quietude, Shanti Param Gacchati. You can achieve the ultimate Shanti when you have some relative Shanti. And that relative Shanti is because of Antahkarana Shuddhi. In this Upanishad only, there is a Vakhya, there is a mantra where Yamaraja says that sense organs no more, or mind, no more creates problem for himself, for herself. Befriended the mind. They are conducive to the pursuit of moksha. They are helpful in the pursuit of moksha. Not that they are in opposition, creating problems. And he says, Amrutattvam icchan, desirous of Amrutattva. Why he became introvert? Not just out of running away. there is a clear desire for gaining moksha. Then the question comes, can I not have both, best of the both? I can continue my Vishaya involvement and I can pursue moksha also. Anyway, Swamiji class is only in the evening. Camps are only once a year. I can have both. Shankaracharya writes, very beautiful sentence, very loaded. Say, that fellow is called Samskritatma. So that nahi bahya vishaya alochana paratvam pratyagatma ikshanam cha ekasya kadapi sambhavati. Same person trying pratyagatma ikshanam, trying to see the self, trying to gain the self-knowledge, and at the same time pursuing bahya vishayas. At the same time is not possible. Why not possible? Because that verse we saw in the previous chapter, Shreyasya preyasya manushya metau tau samparitya vibhinakti dhiraha shreyo hi dhiro preyaso vrunite preyo mando yogakshemad vrunite. This pursuit of artha kama is something which never ever gives satisfaction. Any amount of wealth cannot give contentment. And any amount of pleasure cannot give contentment. On the contrary, sensual pleasures, nature is such that more you have, more you want. And equally true for money. More you have, more you want. Therefore, I find usually, most of the cases, rich fellows are only stingy guys. They have money for next 20 generations, but they can't give. Nor they can spend for themselves also. They all stack the money. No, hold on. In India, recently, there are unclaimed accounts, bank accounts. You know how many? Some 70,000 crores. Government issued some notification, please take away whoever it is. Nobody is claimant. It is a tendency. Swami Dayanji once gave a very nice, what you can say, take home exercise to one gentleman. He heard all this, what work we are doing for him, for Seva and other teaching. He benefited. So he said, Swamiji, I often get bouts that I should do something to spread this knowledge. Problem is with ignorance only. Let's do something. Then when I am alone, I plan, I'll just 20 million this and 30 million over here and we can do. But when I come to ashram, I can't speak. I can't give. Puja Swamiji told him, you really want to do this? Yes, Swamiji, I feel, but I am helpless to myself. Do one thing. From tomorrow onwards, you buy all the groceries. Anything shopping, you do it. And you cook. After 2 months, Swamiji asked him, how much do you require? Then he realized, I don't require this. Then he gave it away. But then there is a tendency to hoard money and tendency to have more vishayas. And that will keep the mind busy. It will make the mind more grosser and grosser. Anyone indulging in vishayas beyond certain limit will want gross vishayas. Subtleness is gone. And here it requires sukshma drashtihi. Here it requires leisure. That doesn't come. So these two pursuits are diagonally opposite. So it cannot be together. Nahi ekasya sambhavati. He says, okay, I have withdrawn myself. What do I get out of it? So many things. What for this person is avrutta chakshuhu. You see, in Shastric language, the pursuit of Arthakama is a pursuit of Shobhana Adhyasa. Shobhana Adhyasa. Adhyasa means to see something which it is not. Atasmin tad buddhi. To see as something which it is not. Like example they give as rope snake. To see a snake in rope is adhyasa. That which is not snake, you are seeing as snake. That is an error. But this ragadvesha is shobhana adhyasa. Means what? That which doesn't contain permanent happiness, the fellow sees happiness. Subjective imputation of the values of happiness. Like I gave example yesterday, balloon, toys. It is a shobhana adhyasa. Ashobhane, that which is not shobhana, in which to see something shobhana. And even dvesha also is shobhana adhyasa. Like typical American expression, when they say you like it. No, I hate it. The face they make it. I said, what is so bad in it that you hate it? There's an expression. I hate it. And there are some other person who love it, the same thing. They love the same thing. So it is neither worthy to be hated as much as you hate, nor worthy to be loved as much as you love. But because of this Shobhana Adhyasma, the remarriages are possible. One fellow has hated the person, another fellow is loving the person. That's how it is. And that's why garage sale is possible. He said, Shobhana Adhyasa. Whereas what we are talking about is removal of Adhyasa. First, Vishayeshu Shobhana Adhyasa Nivrutti. First you have to remove that Shobhana Adhyasa, then Atmani Shobhana Adhyasa api Nivrutti. When Anatma is superimposed on Atma, that is to be later on. So both are diagonally opposite. So he said, they cannot pursue together. Now, in other words, Dehatma Buddhi, one pursuit of Vishayas consolidates Dehatma Buddhi. And pursuit of moksha is giving up Dehatma Buddhi. It is like putting up RCC structure to break the wall. You are doing RCC, you are making it solid. And you are other way, you are saying, I want to break the wall. It doesn't work that way. What does it get? Suppose, Pratyagatma, I am desirous of Pratyagatma. Yes, I got the Atma. What do I get? Like you are desirous of going to see the lion, Asiatic lion. You saw it. What did you get? Amrutattvam icchan. The fellow is getting amrutattva. That Atmecha is for amrutattva. So Atmecha is nothing but amrutecha, is a desire for amrutattva. And as I said yesterday, amrutattva means two meanings. Amruta means nectar, and amruta means deathlessness, timelessness. To go beyond time means discover the fullness and discover the self that is Ananda. I am Ananda. The person who becomes Avrutta Chakshu wants to know the self which is Ananda, that Atma. Pratyagatma vaikshate. That Pratyagatma is Amrutaha. For that purpose, this person has become introvert. This person has given up the Vishaya Ichha. Having said that, Yamraja sort of does some ninda about those who keep pursuing Vishayas. We'll say that slow mantra in the next class. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Acharyaya Nachiketase cha Paranjikhani Vetrunat Swayambhu Tasmat parang pashyati nantaratman Kaschid dhirah pratyagatmanamaikshat Avrutta chakshurramrutattvamichan Parachakaman anuyanti balaha Te mrutyor yanti vitatasya pasham Athadhira amrutatvam viditva Dhruvam adhruveshviha na prarthayante This first sentence, the first two lines of this mantra talks about one category of person, general category. The second line means third and fourth line talks of a special category, gifted category. First line is balaha. Those balaha means immature one or indiscriminate one. What do they do? Balaha Parachah kaman anuyanti. Yanti means go. Anuyanti means they follow. Parachah means it's plural. Kaman, parachah. It's an adjective to kaman. And kama shabda in Sanskrit language is used for two things. Like papa. Papa means a sinner and sin, both. Papaha pulling is for sinner and papam is sin. But kamaha is both desire and desired. Object of desire is also kama. And desire is also kama. So here, anuyanti, the anu means follow. They follow kaman. Both ways you can take it, but primarily it is vishaya, because there is an adjective. Objects. They follow objects. Which objects? Parachah kaman. Is an adjective. External objects. And they always follow, means pursue. They are committed to, or they go after. What? External sense objects. Okay, so what is it? What do they gain? That's okay. When they follow, pursue sense objects, let them have some fun. What's wrong in it? They are enjoying. No. They yanti. They what happens to them? They reach, or they are in, or they gain what? Pasham. They reach to what? Pashaha. What pashaha? Net. Pasha means net. Pasha means rope, something that binds them. Of whose pasha? Mrutyoho pasham. When you go after Vishayas, ultimately you go after what? The pasha of Yamraja. We'll explain what is Yama's pasha. People keep telling Yam ka pasha, but they don't know the exact meaning. And what is the nature of that pasha or bondage? Vitatasya pasham mrutyoho. Mrutyoho vitatasya pasham. Okay? Means Lord Yama's pasha, Lord Yama who is everywhere. And therefore his pasha is also everywhere, at all times, at all places, and for all individuals. So they are always in that. It is not that they go into pasha. They are always in pasha, little bit here and there. This is one. So the balaha, the indiscriminate ones, or the children. Balaha means children, immature. They are always the immature or indiscriminate one. They always follow or pursue external objects, and thereby they are into the net of Yama, who is all-pervasive. They are always bound by the net of Yamaraja. Acha. Atha dhiraha. Okay, dhiraha means these wise people, discriminative people, matured guys. What happens? Amrutatvam viditva. Having known Amrutatvam, having discovered, Amrutatva means nectar, having discovered immortality, having discovered happiness, that is their nature, Swarupa, having discovered their happiness, that is their nature, what? Anahi na iha, in this world, in this life, na prarthayante, they do not seek this, they do not pursue, they do not go after. What? Dhruveshu, adhruveshu, dhruvam. They don't seek in temporary, impermanent things something that is permanent. It also includes in dukkham, in the source of dukkham, they don't seek happiness. Okay? Now, so who are balaha? Bhagavan Shankaracharya introduces this mantra. Why did it happen like this? Yat tavat swabhavikam parak eva anatma darshanam. It is natural that people have their eyes, sense organs go for anatma. It is swabhavikam anatma darshanam. Tad atmadarshanasya pratibandhaka avidya tat pratikulatvad ya sa. What is the cause of that? When we say paranchi khani, they pursue, they look the external objects. Senses are external, we saw in previous mantra. But what keeps them going? We said ignorance is a cause, but in a way, I told first day, ignorance doesn't mean not knowing. That is not a problem. Had it been so, it would not have been much problem. This, when in Shastra, when avidya or agnana word is used, it means ignorance caused, non-apprehension caused misapprehension. Ignorance caused adhyasa is a problem. Mere ignorance itself doesn't cause any problem. It is blissful state. Every day in sleep, there is total ignorance. There is no problem. On the contrary, that state is the most welcome state because there is happiness. The non-apprehension, misapprehension or ahankara caused dukkham, perception caused dukkham is not there. So sleep is sukhavastha. Each one, everywhere and all the times, look forward to sleep. Nobody complains that I have to sleep today. On Sunday, when the lady of the home wakes up people, come on, get up, get up. Look, nail and khail you. Women want, you finish your bath and finish lunch, so I can free. So she wakes them, wakes the boys, children and the husband. Then the first question is, what is there? Today is Sunday, don't bother. It is holiday, let me sleep. So there is a resistance or complaint in waking up. Has anybody complained? Today is Sunday. Today also I will have to sleep. Nobody says so. If she says, come on, sleep, why today is Sunday? You don't want to sleep. No, it is most welcome. Therefore, people attend Vedanta classes. Especially when you teach Brahma Sutras, you get all seniors. All any medicine fails. Like Jesus never fails. Like Vedanta never fails. I start ghatpat, it will go to sleep. So anyway, they sleep in bus, in train, anywhere. It is welcome. Ignorance caused viparita buddhi is a problem. Ahankara is a problem. And that ahankara keeps the samsara going. How? As I told you in the morning. Ahankara being karta, perform actions for bhoga. That karta finds itself to be limited, finds itself to be unhappy, discontent, wants to become happy, wants to become satisfied, performs action. When actions are performed there itself, then gets the phalam. While enjoying the phalam itself, the seed for new actions are planted. So karma ultimately leads to trishna, new desire, new set of desires. And these desires create a new pressure, and thereby the fellow performs new action and keeps it going. So, what he says? Drashta drashteshu bhogeshu trishna. So these two things, tabhyam, avidya trishnabhyam. Because of trishna primary, it looks like secondarily, but primarily ignorance. These two factors, what they do? Pratibadda atma darshanaha. They are their self, vision of the self. the knowledge of the self is obstructed, is clouded. Self gets clouded, and therefore parachak kaman anuyanti. They keep pursuing the external objects. Who are they? Bala. The fellow may have grey hairs, but still the person is Bala. See, the very purpose of gaining a body is to exhaust karma phala and exhaust vasanas. In this, Yamraja tells, later part, Yoni manye prapadyante sharirattvaya tehina. This Jivatma enter into different yonis, different wombs through male. For what? Shariratva, to gain that body of that species. Human, deva, gandharva, dogs, lion, tiger, crow, etc., fish. Why you want that body? Because you have to exhaust karma phala that can be fulfilled only in that body. Certain joys, certain agonies, pains, you can have had only in that body, at a particular place, in a particular situation, and through particular parentage. So they go. But why they go to these only? Sharirattvaya dehinaha pranimanyenu sayanti yatha karma yatha shrutam. Your karmas and your vasanas, your desires decide the yoni. So this balaha, this body is given to fulfill unfulfilled vasanas. Strong trishnas are there, therefore you have it. Bhagavan gives it. They are going to that body, and according to karma phalas, you get the body. So it's natural. What? That as a child, you naturally seek toys. As a youth, you naturally seek vishayas, etc. But still the fellow remains balaha, because when you were children, buddhi had not developed. Discrimination had not developed. So you didn't know what is right and wrong. You didn't know what is proper and improper. You didn't know what is to be the goal of life and what should not be. Kept on going after sense organs. But even after growing up, the fellow is also always busy in what? Parachakka. You see the restlessness you see in a child, 3-4 year child, is so restless, doing something or other. If nothing is there, it will jump from this chair to that chair. They keep jumping. Or then they keep driving a car, drrrr, sitting here. There is no movement, drrrr, keep doing. All futile. Modern children have two toys. They love cars. Modern children. And secondly, they love guns. So then when they go out, the toy they seek is gun. When we were there young, we used to seek some band vaja wala and all those toys, we played with it. Now they always want guns and cars. Especially in India, I see. Now a lot of money is there and people travel abroad, and so when grandpa goes abroad, he has to bring a new car. Bring this new, and he will see in auto magazine. Bring this car, model, small model. And then gun. Real gun cannot be given because he doesn't have. So there is a gun which makes noise, drrrr, like AK-56, drrrr, now. Fellow takes a gun, drrrr, 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 and then goes to mom. Drrrr. Mommy, drrrr. Daddy wishes it was real. Anyway, but this is how they do all futile activity. After growing up, I see these youngsters, either busy on Instagram or busy on WhatsApp or busy on Reels or Netflix. They make all kinds of reels, senseless, just to get popularity or just to get to express their restlessness. Bala. Same problem with modern old age people. I keep hearing this complaint, I keep getting also. These retired Indians, they always have a family group. They have names. Some name they have. And they whole youngsters, their grandchildren are busy in study and friend. They don't post. They don't see also. Then they complain, you didn't see my post. The oldies always do 2-3 posts. What are the topic? Health. Eat garlic, all disease cured. Next day, eat lemon, all disease cured. Third day, do this yogasana, this problem solved. They don't do anything, simply forward. And second articles about Hindi में बोलते काजी क्यों दुबले सारे जहाँ की चिंता. Something happens in America, forward. Something happens in India, forward. They are always busy in forwarding the message. What for? Just English maybe say whiling away the time. You are bartering the human birth, which is priceless. You cannot quantify this life. This life, body, human, through human body, you can get moksha, limitlessness. But that they don't do, and they are busy in those things which are futile. One, that's why bala. Second, balaha, child is always immature. What is immaturity? You don't live factually. You live subjectively. Baby's happiness and unhappiness are purely because of its subjectivity. Balloon, big thing. Breaking balloon is a big thing. Makes all tantrums because my balloon got burst. All kind of things. Immature is a one who doesn't have objectivity. Always subjectively. So the person may have grown up to 70, 80 years, but still is a bala, child. Why? Lives in the subjective. There is Ishvara Srishti. In that this fellow, he has his own Jiva Srishti and wants everybody to follow his Jiva Srishti. It should be according to my will, my whims, my values, my ideals. That is second bala. Third way of looking at bala is impulsive behavior, reactive behavior, non-thinking behavior. Children are always impulsive. Whatever they feel like doing, they just do it. And they don't feel like they don't do it. So indiscriminate living and giving access to our impulses, our reactions. And that's how you conduct people with people. They are bala. Bala, I mean those who don't learn from experience also. Another definition. You keep telling, see, suppose child wants to do something and the mother has to say, look, if you do this, you will fall down. He said, no, I want to do that. See, other day you fell down when you had pain and you will break this. Still they don't understand. So they don't grow in terms of understanding, their understanding about life. Bala, this statement, experience makes a person wiser, is not true. If the fellow is balaha, any amount of experience, he doesn't grow. He doesn't become wise. He remains there like that. Experience can make you wiser only when you learn from experience. And some people refuse to learn. Even if unpleasant experience, there is so much of pressure to have something emotional. They don't learn and they don't grow. Experience doesn't make wiser. Our Rahul Gandhi has enough experience of losing elections. So he should learn. I am not cut out for this. Neither he learns nor his mother learns. My son is not cut out for this. Nor the party learns. They are still trying to position him, project him as a leader. Experience can make you wiser, provided you have space to learn from experience. People have had enough experience, but they don't have a space to learn this. Simple learning they don't have. Like as I said, it looks so simple, but that's why it is Maya. Still it is difficult. I have enough money. Why waste my time for unnecessary having more money? Doesn't come. Like I see, every rich guys have collections. Those who travel abroad a lot, they bring some souvenir. I know one person has a crystal collections. Visited 47 countries, and all crystal artifacts are there. Huge showcase up to this wall is filled up. They are now 65 plus. Children are living somewhere else. Now they told, look, these children, you take away this artifact collection of crystals. This is beautiful, you have purchased everywhere. We don't want. They will have their own collection. Now, it took 70 years to learn that whenever I go abroad, I need not purchase these things. One person has lions from 70 countries he has visited. And lion was his value. We should live like lion. That was his thinking. He has all kinds of lions. What to do? Bala. This way. And this antique will have value after 4 generations, 5 generations. Even after 100, 200 years, who is going to save this? They don't learn from Anubhava and go after futile things, pursue worthless things. They don't see futileness of the things that they are pursuing. Every house has some precious collection, and after some time they are looking for someone to donate. Either maybe such lions or some artifacts or some stamps or some coin, something. And then they discover it is of no use. Balahai is simple. Bhaja Govindam, Govindam Bhaja Mudam. Why? Samprapte Sannihite Kale Nahi Rakshati Dukram. All that you do will not protect you, not even support you when Yamaraja comes at a given time. That they don't understand. Kam se kam punya uparjanam. Let me use my wealth to earn punya so that next janma I go to heaven or somewhere better placement I can have. Forget about moksha. Neither moksha nor punya uparjanam. Unnecessarily aggrandizing. Is very nicely our Bhartrihari Maharaj says in Vairagya Shatakam. Bhogana bhukta vayameva bhukta. Kalona yati vayameva yata. Trushnana jirna vayameva jirna. I didn't enjoy the objects, but they enjoyed me. I got exhausted. Time has not gone by, I passed in the time. And that the desires or craving for Vishayas is growing more and more as the person ages. That person is Bala. One should have, in our vernacular languages, there are two words for old people. Gharda tha, बुढ़ा हो जाना. That's Hindi, बुढ़ा. दूसरा है वृद्ध है, वृद्ध आदमी. वृद्धि जिसके जीवन में हुई है, that in whose life growth has taken place is वृद्धा. Otherwise બધા ગરડા થાય. સૌરાષ્ટ્રમાં તો બહુ સરસ શબ્દ છે, બાબા. that indicates the uselessness of a person. એ બાબાઓ ભેગા થયા હતા, બાબો. The word, then the pronunciation itself makes it feel different. So, but then vruddha. Vruddhi means grown up. As the age advances, one should grow up. Grow up in terms of mastering one's own mind. Freedom from reactions and impulses. One should grow up in terms of gaining some internal self-satisfaction, self-contentment, freedom from desires. Pressure of desire is not there. That is called grown-up person. Old man is one thing, grown-up is another thing. So these are all balaha. Okay? Trishna has not grown old. Therefore Shankaracharya says, Alpa pragnaha. The mati is short. And balaha ultimately is short-sighted person. Child always thinks of immediate happiness, immediate gain. They don't think of sustainable growth, sustainable happiness. If father or even a friend doesn't give me something, I don't like you, I hate you, no friendship. That's it, over. So then their relations are short-sighted because they want something and obstructed, that desire is obstructed by anyone, there he or she becomes object of hatred. Short-sighted. So balaha means who doesn't see beyond, who doesn't see holistically, totally. They don't look at the things holistically. They are balaha. What are they? This balaha paracha kaman anuyanti. They run after. What? External sense objects. Why do you say external? Then you have to say external to body. Other than that which are available for perception, those objects. In other words, sensual object. Anuyanti. They just go after. In English there is a good meaning. Go after. Means their goal of life, their commitment, their ideal is to have that Vishaya. When I say Vishaya, it means everything. Relationship, position, possession, everything they want. Power, because then only they feel satisfied. That is called bahyaha paraha. Paraha means external. Then what happens to them? Mrutyoho vitatasya mrutyoho pasham yanti. These guys, they enter or gain or reach to the net of Yama. Who is Yama? Yama is all pervasive. Acha. What is Pasham? Pashyate badhyate iti pasha. That binds you. Okay? That which keeps you bound. And that is mrityu. It is two ways of looking at it, pasham. What binds you? What is bondage? Effect of bondage. Effect of bondage is unhappiness. Any bondage, if it causes you unhappiness, then it is bondage. Otherwise, that bondage is no more bondage. If it doesn't cause you unhappiness. Exactly like these criminals or punished fellows, punished by the court, they live in jail, correct? They just live for no matter of years, depending upon the punishment. 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. But they live in jail. And they are craving, counting, when will I be released? When will I get out of the jail? But then jail policemen and jailer also live in jail. Correct? So that itself is not a problem. With mrityu, pasham, bondage is purely a mental state. No doubt, depends on external situation. In a relative freedom he has, therefore jailer has, and therefore he doesn't mind living in that. On the contrary, he will feel better because this is a big house in a jail, garden and servants and all that, and no work practically. There is not much pressure of work which otherwise would have it. But then pasham is what? Where there is dukkha. Okay? That is pasham. So mrityoho pasham, bond of yama. What is binding? That which gives you dukkha. And both dukkham while it is there and dukkham while it is not there also. Mrityu. Because, some sense, some situation in life, some objects, some people in life are always a cause of dukkham for given individual. This fellow is a headache in my life. This house is a headache. I am so unhappy in this house. I am so unhappy in this situation. That is pasham. That which makes you unhappy. That which makes you feel bound. That is a pasham. So what is a pasham here? This raga dvesha is pasham. People have lot of raga dveshas. And these raga dveshas create a pressure. If the desired object is not gained, till then I am very unhappy, very disturbed. If something comes in my life which is undesirable to me, then there is unhappiness. This is a pasha. You are kept unhappy. Mrityu, oh pasham. Another pasha is, people in India say, Swamiji, hum to samsar mein bande hai. We are bound in samsara. It's simple. People use it so many times. I would ask someone, come on, sir, I am going to this place. You come along, have darshan, and Swamiji can't come. I said, what? You are free. Hum to samsar mein bande hai. We are bound in samsara. Who binds you? There is no rope here. Nobody binds you. You bind yourself. By what? Creating iti kartavyata. He has his own sense of doership is so much. A typical Indian example is old parents. No, we have to go to America to take care of our daughter-in-law because she is pregnant or she has just delivered the baby. Sometimes I tell senior people, come to Shibir. No, we cannot come. My grandchild is only 2 years and he cannot live without us. Every night baby comes and sleeps with us. We cannot live. After fortnight, daughter-in-law comes. Swamiji, take them away. So I get some space. Our own values bind us. Our own subjectivity binds us. There is no rope which binds you. That our likes and dislikes become a cause of happiness and unhappiness to us is a subjective. Same situation, other may be happier, but you are unhappy. That's a bondage. So, Ragadvesha is a bondage. Another bondage is what? Dehatma buddhi. From birth, there is a sense. I am man or woman, I am young or old, etc. That is a bondage. So, Yamaraja says, Dehendriyadi Sanyoga Viyoga Lakshana Rupa Pashaha. The fellow gets connected to given body-mind complex. He or she has Dehatma Buddhi, I am this much only. And after death again goes to another, again same Dehatma Buddhi, that is a Pashaha. Okay? Bondage is in terms of this Dehadi Sanghata Tadat. Fellow is identified with a given body in this birth, another body in the next birth, another body in the next birth. Every time takes different yonis, and in different yonis gets identified oneself to different bodies. That is Pashaha. And thereby they create karma, thereby they create karma phalas, and that is what Bhajagovindam says. Punarapi jananam, punarapi maranam, punarapi janani, jathare sayanam. Ye samsare bahu vistare, krupaya pare pahi murare. You Murari, do some blessings on me. Again and again being born, and again being died. Owning up the transactional relationship. The relationship of father, mother, son, daughter, brother, sister, they are all transactional reality. But they are taken to be ultimate reality. That is Pasham. Mrutyoho Pasham. Samsaritvam is a Pasham. And thus avidya, kama, karma. Then again avidya, kama, karma, avidya, kama, karma cycle continues. It never comes to end. And what is a Pasham? He says, Anartha Vrata Sangraha. Vrata means Sangraha. Sangraha of useless things. Samuha, Anartha Vrata. Collection of useless things. The things which are not useful to you, that gets collected. Avaloko, Pashaha. Then he says, it gets bound by this Pasha. That bondage is two-way Upadhi bondage and Vishaya bondage. And that makes him happy and unhappy. Vitatasya, Vistirnasya. It is everywhere. In all desha, in all kala, in all relations. People will think, I will become happy forever. But there is no ever. If you ask other guy, he will say the same thing. But that's how this glory. That's why the fellow keeps running after Vishaya. Balaha, Vishesu, Vistirnasya Vashaha. And they are always busy in Janma and Mrityu. Between them nothing they accomplish. Third line, Kashit Dhiraha. We'll see in the evening. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ॐ। परां पश्यति नान्तरात्मन्। कश्चिद्धीरः प्रत्यगात्मानमैक्षत्। आवृत्तचक्षुरमृतत्वमिच्छन्। पराचः कामान् अनुयन्ति बालाः। ते मृत्योर्यन्ति विततस्य पाशम्। अथ धीरा अमृतत्वं विदित्वा ध्रुवम् अध्रुवेष्विह न प्रार्थयन्ते। In the morning we saw Balaha. Balaha means, in one word you can say, avivekinaha. Balaha means puruthartha nishchaya rahitaha. It is very important to discern what exactly I wanted, what exactly should I pursue, and if I put it in other words, to have the priority about what is to be done and what is not to be done. The subjective values are removed. That subjectivity keeps them busy for working for some flimsy thing, useless things, All these kinds of things, people waste their life in collection or in doing something or other. They are balaha, immature people. And since they are balaha, they don't have clarity about the priority of life. They don't have discrimination in their life. They mrutyos ho vitatasya pasham yanti. They gain or they reach. In fact, it is not gaining, there is no gaining also. There is no entering the net of Yama. They are already there. They remain in the net of Yama. Why Yama says this way? There are two definitions of Mrityu. Avidya kama karma is Mrityu, first of all. Means having self-ignorance, having ahankara, that itself is a mrityu. And that ahankara prompted kama and karma is a mrityu. So, mrityosya mrityam apnoti ananeva pashyati, that Upanishad mantra, he goes from one yoni to other yoni where there is ignorance, self-ignorance. Self-ignorance caused kama, desires, and desire caused actions, and action caused karma phalas. So he remains in the cycle of karma phala exhaustion, that is called balaha, who are committed to that. And that is why itself is a mrityu, avidya kama karma. Then another thing is pasham, pashyate badhyate, bound. So they are bound by upadhi. Okay? What is a upadhi bondage? Tadatmya with sharira, ityadi. So pasha means dehendriyadi vividha, dehendriyadi sanyoga viyoga lakshanam pasha. Repeated birth and death itself is a pasha. And that repeated birth and death they don't see. Therefore, secondary passion, what is secondary passion? What we can call it as asakti. Vishasakti is Yama's pasha. Subjectivity is Yama's pasha. They become unhappy not for want of things, for haves and have-nots, but they are unhappy because of their own value structure, own ideals. And they are always busy in restructuring the world around what they have. And that is why they are busy in that. Another symbol, another way of looking death is, Mrityu Pasha is Dukkham. So Shankaracharya ji write, what is another, Vitatasya Pasha, means Vistirnam Pasha. They go to very enlarged or all pervasive Pasha. What is that? Anavarata Janma Marana Jara Rogadi Aneka Anartha Vratam. They have varieties of dukkhas which are symbolized by Janma, Jara, Marana, by birth, old age and death. So the whole life, their existence is full of Trivida Pida. Either physical, mental or psychological, adhyatmic, adi bhautik and adi daivik dukkha. They are always suffering for want of some little sukham. They think they got some sukham, but they are all the time getting nothing but dukkham. That is called Vitatasya Pasha. That Mrityu Pasha is everywhere, two ways. There is not a single place, not a single moment where you are free from dukkhas. People think if I go from this country to that country, if I have break from here to there vacation, I will be happy. And therefore people migrate to different places. People go to different places hoping for sukham. But there also there is dukkham. It is going to people having dreams of going to heaven, Swarga. Once I go to heaven, I will be free from dukkham. Modern thinking is I going to America. Once I go to USA, I will be free from all kinds of dukkhas, which is not true. There also is dukkham there. In whichever way or whatever position you may be, there is always dukkham. As Puja Swamiji used to say, think of a single day, 24 hours of your life, where you had no dukkham. You cannot find a single day. Right from childhood, the happiness station kept on shifting. By the time you reach this station thinking this is happiness, then it shifted to something else. Then by the time you reach there, then you discover it shifted to something else. Not 24 hours. There is no relationship wherein you can be completely happy. They say, my life is incomplete without you. It will remain incomplete. Sometimes it may become more incomplete with you. And then they have to realize that fact. No relation can make you permanent happy. No, Desha Kala Vastu Maryada is not there with Yamaraja. If Yama means Dukkham, Yama Pasha means Dukkham. See, birth itself is no problem. But during every avastha of life, there is Dukkham that is always accompanying. Nothing wrong in being born. If you are born with this knowledge, that's fine. You know I am Ananda. Let the body work in its own way. But every hour, people, this WhatsApp goes on for last 15 years, When I was young and middle-aged and all, people asked me, what do you want to become? When I was child, they asked. Having grown up, I realized I want to become child. You might have heard that. But as a child, I remember I was not happy. Nobody was happy. You think it's an avastha of carefreeness, but that is an avastha of most dukkham because you are always dependent. And sarvam paravasham dukkham. Any state where you are dependent, it is painful. You wanted another chocolate when we were children. Second chocolate was also not given. They decide how much chocolate should I eat. Their parents and elders decided. I wanted to go out, I was not allowed to go out. All that pain of childhood buried under the carpet of unconscious, I am not given freedom, not given freedom. When they become teenage, the volcano bursts. I am not going to listen to anyone. That's it. Child avastha, balya avastha is also dukkham. Youth is further dukkham. And vruddha avastha is further dukkham. People tell us, when we go for bhiksha, and the old mother or old father is little physically handicapped or something, they walk slowly or whatever, either they are in bed, they say, typical Gujju, bas ave Bhagwan upadi le. Let God take me away. Means I want to die. I said, why you want to die? I don't want seva from anybody. Nobody wants to. I don't want any help from anybody. Because the whole old age is an age where you become more dependent, and that is a dukkha. If not physical, the people are dependent emotionally. Because nobody is interested in you. And some people say, now Bhagwan utha le. I feel like telling him, do some dieting. Bhagwan will have back problem in L4, L5. You are already 85 kg. How will he take you? Is a way of saying. They don't want. There is a beautiful shloka, in Bhajagovinda. Yavat vitto parjana saktas tavat nija parivaro raktaha paschat jivati jarjarte vartam kopi na pruchati ge. As long as you are capable of earning, vitta uparjana, parivara raktaha, family is interested in you. Once you have lost that capacity of earning, paschat jivati, he survives, pulls on, jarj der dehe, with a dilapidated body. Vartam pruchati nakopi ge, nobody asks you, how are you? Casual inquiry, nobody has time to talk to you. See, you should understand these shlokas. You can't translate that as this, because in India you may find so many children taking care of the parents. So many children, parents didn't earn, but had left some debt. And he became a doctor, an engineer, businessman, and paid the debt and still takes care of the parents. So you can't say as long as you are earning, they are taking care of you. That's not a general rule. Vitta uparjana means what? Not capacity to earn, capacity to oblige. As long as you have some power to oblige somebody, as long as you are useful to others, or at least you have capacity to be useful to others. Parivaraha means the retinue, friends and relatives and whole group. They are interested. Once you lose any capacity to oblige anyone else, nobody is interested in you. I have seen so many ministers. When they come, one is coming day after tomorrow here too. Mostly they are coming here. So there is a big retinue. Everybody wants photograph and they are around that retinue. Parivara means retinue. They are all there. Once the ministry is out, nobody there. A couple of chief ministers. Chief minister is a big thing in India. They have told, not me but Mataji, please tell Swamiji to give us time, now nobody talks to us. I had no connection. When they were CM, I was nobody. And now I am somebody, they are nobody. But I don't have that somebody, nobody business. I am just doing my work. But they are so left alone. He said, what? They have their own priorities. That the old age is full of dukkham. Even if you are physically okay, that emotional need of sense of belonging, sense of being useful is never fulfilled. More so in India these days also. Children have moved away from the parents. I had taken a vow once a time that I will never inaugurate a senior citizen home. Because in the 80s and 90s I thought we should work to give samskara to children. So I was doing those children programs and give them values and all that. Now I am the one who is opening, and I opened one senior's home and by one of the team members. The children are not there, one or two child they have, and they study certain discipline by which there is employment possibility is not there in the town. So they go out. Either they go to Bangalore or Pune or Gurgaon or USA. In all these places, once they go, this is Mukta Purushaha, Yat Gatvana Nivartante. And the typical Indian old man doesn't like to live in US. So they have money, lot of money people. In Ahmedabad, one of my devotee sponsored a scheme, give tiffins. When they grow old, there is nobody to cook, nobody to maintain the home. Then seniors, bureaucrats, secretary level people, multi-billionaire people. And that American children tell that, Dad, I don't want a single penny of yours. You donate your house and property to whomsoever you want to give. I am not going to come back to do your paperwork in India. You see? They are so fascinated by pleasures and their lifestyle. With wife and children, nobody cares. You are useless for them any which way. This is how the world is. Therefore, nobody likes Vruddhavastha. And we should thank, see, this is what Balaha. We should thank American lifestyle. In India, we have these 4 ashrama, Brahmacharya, Grihastha, Vanaprastha, Sannyas. So after Grihastha you have to get into Vanaprastha. And generally Vanaprastha should come by 45, 50, you should take it. America gives you Vanaprastha by 40. Once the children go to university, the couple is left alone. Since then they should understand that now we have to take to sannyas. And then they don't take to sannyas. The whole system is such. They study, for study they will go to university, and the cities are so big, even if in the same town, fellows live somewhere else. And work demand is so much, except weekend he is or she is not free. And on the weekend also they have a lot of things, socializing and children, and now once they have children who are 10 or 12 years old, that is mother's travel agency starts, pick up and drop, weekend, because their activity is extra. And once they are gone, university finish. This is dukkham is a problem. Mrityoho pasham. Mrityu symbolizes dukkham. Childhood is full of dukkham. Middle age is full of dukkham. Youth, old age. Old age is full of physical and emotional. Childhood, all kinds of dependence. That later on, when you start working, there is a cognitive dukkham, self-respect, ego dukkham. I didn't get proper position, didn't get this money, didn't get this respect, blah, blah, blah. Whole life is full of dukkha. There is not a single home or single family which has no dukkha. Therefore, vitatasya pasha, yama pasha is across the world. It is in any place, in any home, in any situation, it is always there. And Yamaraja says, Deyanti. If you say literal meaning, Yama means death. He says, I don't have to go to catch them. They come to me. Yeah, like the fisherman standing with a net. I don't go around to catch the fish. They come to me. Like this, these fellows run to death. As Swamiji used to say, this fellow is buried and it is written, John 1962-2019. Means he was born in 62 and he dashed to death. All the way he dashed, running towards that. Even inviting trouble. This is so vivid to me today. See, we grew up in dearth and scarcities. Even full electricity was a big luxury, full power. 60-volt bulb, if there was no tube light, 60-volt bulb gave light worth 25 volt. Fan was a luxury. He always had the table fan. And then in Gujarat, summer, that fan will not suffice because the first person is obviously the father. And then seniority wise your bed comes. So everybody used to sleep on terrace. You had to fetch water. He is also not regularly coming. Two-wheeler was a status symbol. Two-wheeler, forget about car. And that too in university, when you go with a cycle, you are in that class. Because you have a cycle which was used by your eldest brother, then number 2, number 3, and you are 4. But still you have cycle. That was the thing. All kinds of have-nots. And we always thought, if this happens, if that happens, we will be happy forever. Like story, prince and princess then lived happily forever. Refrigerator was not there, room heater was not there, nothing was there. All technical gadgets even up to 80, 89, 75, 80, telephone was luxury in India. And that too people used to say it is working. Telephone working 12 days in a month. Still it was luxury. Now everything is on fingerprint. Just fingertip. And it is so automated that car also you don't have to put the keys. Just start. And it goes, and now with this new Tesla, which I drove last year, you just hold the steering, program it and hold, just touch it. It takes brake and it moves and takes you home. Self-programmed cars are there, which was a dream. We never imagined that you can have a telephone wherever and you can use telephone wherever you go. Telephone itself was a luxury, and in the movies, the status of rich man was he had a long cable for telephone. The rich man would be sitting in another room and the servant will come with the phone. That were the scenes we used to make. Because if you have a house and telephone, people used to run. Because before you reach, the ring gets disconnected. So long cable was a luxury. What we don't say. Technology has created heaven. This world is no less than heaven. All pleasure, all of kama, objects of pleasure for every indriya, for eyes, ears, nose, tongue and touch, the best possible available. Still, life is full of dukkha. That is yama. It is more often than not today the relationship problems. Just opposite. We had to relate to minimum 1 to 2 dozen of people. First of all, half a dozen sibling volleyball team was common. Cricket team was not uncommon. And cousins and uncles and aunts and neighbors and all people. So if you draw it in a mathematically, in a corporate jargon, you have your circle of space. That circle was intersected by so many people, your space was only this much, little space. No private room, no private time. It's all you, everybody together. Now there is only this much social interaction, but still unhappy. Can't relate to one person for 20 years, 10 years. Easy. Yama. Papam. May not have physical papam, but emotional. And people fail to accept the fact this is how this idiot is. Forget it. But they keep clinging on to relationship. They keep clinging on to certain things which are unwarranted. That is what vitatasya pasham. Amrutasya, the pasha, that which is bound, bondage of Yamaraja. It means dukkha caused by Yamaraja is across. A small thing can become a cause of dukkha. You keep seeing this nowadays media, that people take divorce or children run away from the home just because dad did not give me iPhone. All kinds of things. Bala. Small things. This what I feel. The change nowadays has taken place. Small thing is becoming big. For becoming happy and for becoming unhappy. That is bala. Small things. They get into some game and corporate, some competition and $100, $100, they become excited. What's that? They lose something and then become so unhappy. Oh, I lost. I have seen many. at the airport. Oh, I lost the flight. Maybe what a big deal here. Buy another ticket and go. Incapacity to accept failures, incapacity to accept unpleasant situation is so much to do. Vitatasya pasha. You may create 1,001 means to make humanity happy, but then Yamaraja is always ahead of them. They create 10,001 causes to become unhappy. Balaha. That is what it is. That is there is a prayer, that Bhajagovindam sloka, very famous. Punarapi jananam, punarapi maranam, punarapi janani, jathare shayanam. Iha samsare bahudustare, krupaya pare, pahi murare. Punha janaha, jananam maranam means dukkham. From one dukkham to another dukkham, and another to another. As I said, not a single day of happiness. 24 hours when you are happy is not there. And that so-called unhappiness is so much. People look for addictions. Modern society is becoming more addictive. And they try to forget either through addiction. It is also another thing, also addiction, in a way getting involved into certain activities. The social media, they try to forget the dukkham. That is why it is called vitatasya pasha. Because of immaturity and because of extrovertedness, Yamaraja says, I don't go to catch them, they come to me. The other meaning is also applicable here. So then, what's the way out? Then he says, the same thing. He says, Athadhira amrutatvam viditva dhruvam adhruveshviha na prarthayante dhiraha vivekinaha. Okay? The discriminative ones. Adhruvam iha na prarthayante. They don't desire. They don't seek. They don't pursue. Dhruvam. Dhruvam means permanent. They don't seek the immortality, or you can say total happiness or total fullness. They don't seek fullness or happiness amongst these mortal things, among these sources of unhappiness. Or you can say they don't seek satyam amongst the mithya. Adhruva means this is all mithya. To seek satyam in mithya is adhairyam, means bala. Or to seek fullness in these worldly situations, worldly objects, here or hereafter, drashta adrishta vishayeshu. That is balatva. This dhiraha na prarthayante. They don't seek anything like that. Why they don't seek? Then he says, amrutatvam viditva. Here, discriminative one can be interpreted little differently. Dhira Shabda is there in the previous sloka also. Kaschid dhiraha pratyagatmanam aikshat avrutta chakshuhu amrutatva mitsa. Here he says, dhiraha, atha dhiraha amrutatvam viditva nahya dhruvam prapyate hi dhruvam tat. That discriminative one is vairagyavan, who has dispassion, who understands in the first mantra that Vishayas will never give me sukham and I don't get what I want. That is their understanding. And therefore they become introverted. They become introverted. What is the slow? That look at the context. Paranchikhani Vedrunat Swayambhuhu Kaschid Dhiraha Pratyagaatmanam Aikshat Avrutta Chakshu. Avrutta Chakshu San Pratyagaatmanam Aikshat. He becomes introvert, he or she, and sees the self. Here Dhiraha, he says, Atha Dhiraha Amrutatvam Vidhitva, having known immortal. So here Dhiraha means Vivekinaha, but what kind of Vivekaha? Nitya Nitya Vivekinaha, Satya Mithya Vivekinaha. Those who have a discrimination of Satya and Mithya, or have discrimination of Nitya and Anitya. This type of Vivekinaha. This Vivekinaha, since they are Nitya Nitya Viveka, Atha Dhiraha Amrutatvam Viditva. This Viveki, they know the Maryada of Vishaya Sukham, and thereby they became introvert. They had a desire for moksha, Amrutatvam Icchan, and they went to teacher and studied the is adhruvam. So they don't seek anything out of the world. For having, they become, you can say, they become free from desires. This is like that. This is the verse which is you can say the essence of that second chapter verses, Tita Prajna chapter. What is this? Prajahati yada kaman sarvan partha manogatan atmanyeva atmana tushtaha Tita Prajnas tadochyate. You should know the prose order properly. Like that shloka, in different shlokas of Gita, if you don't know the Tatparya, then you may misunderstand. Yoga karmasu kaushala. That is most misunderstanding. It is not dexterity in action is yoga. Yoga in action is dexterity, kaushala. Karmasu kaushalam is not yoga. Karmasu yoga is kaushala. Why? Karma is a means for bondage. Kruti maho dadau patana karanam. But still you employ the same karma as a means of liberation. That is kushalta. You convert your crisis into opportunities. As our Prime Minister says, this is famous sentence. He is the one who is, what you should say, he is the one most hated also. And people use all kinds of words, his opponents. And so he says, they throw stones at me, but through the stones I built my empire. It's a typical Gujarati proverb. So that is Kaushalam. Somebody is trying to destroy you, through that only you become strong. So karma generally destroys or binds a person, but you use the karma as a means for freedom. Kruti maho dadau patana karanam, saeva karma, Ishwararpitam nichaya krutam, chitta shodhakam mukti sadhakam. Chittasya ashuddhi karanam api chittasya shuddhi karanam bhavati. Samsara mahadadau patana karanam api mukti sadhakam bhavati. That is Kaushala. how you do. Similarly, this verse, Prajahati yada kaman sarvan partha manogatan atmannevatmana tushtaha sthita prajnastadochata is to be seen this way. Atmani eva atmana tushtaha tasmat sarvan kaman prajahati. Not otherwise. He gives up all desires and therefore becomes satisfied in himself and by himself. That fellow is sthita prajna. He atmanyev atmana tushtaha syat yada tada sarvan kaman prajahati. Nahya prapyate hi dhruvam tat. Nahya dhruvaihi prarthayante. This verse. So Gitaji is called essence of Upanishad. Therefore we chant, Iti Srimad Bhagavad Gita Su Upanishads. So these are the mantras, are the seeds from which such shlokas have come. How, when he knows the self, when one discovers, he gives up desires means what? Understand. First of all, you should know that you can never give up desire. Because they don't come to you asking for your permission. Can I come? Desire. No, you just find yourself desiring. This kamaha or desires are of two types. And without desire, nothing can be done. Even Shankaracharya had a desire to write Bhashyam. That's how he wrote. And every guru has a desire to teach. Otherwise, Guru will never teach. Then where is the parampara? Guru Shishya parampara will be gone. Or else, the Guru, once he becomes Brahmagnani, will have no desire. So no desire to teach also. So Gurus make sure before I become Brahmagnani, I should teach. That means fellow is ignorant and teaching. It is not Jnana parampara, Gnani parampara. It is Agnani parampara. You cannot have that. It is there. Who doesn't have desire? You always have it. Desire per se is not bad. So much so, Bhagavan claims that I am the desire. Dharma viruddha bhuteshu kamosmi bharatarshava. Which category of desires these people give up, you should know. There are two types of kamas. Binding kamas and non-binding kamas. There are transactional desires and there are desires for moksha, ultimate desires. That is the problem. You seek something to become happy, to become full, to become complete, to gain some peace. That is a kama, binding desire. For fullness is a binding. Out of fullness you may have desire. There are certain desires which are natural. That you desire to eat is natural. You cannot, if the fellow gives up all desires, that means he will not aspire to eat also. Somebody has to remember and feed Mahatma. Khane ka time ho gaya, khao. And somebody has to give him water also. And he has to be reminded for the call of nature. Now go. This is not that. As long as you are alive, you have to interact with the world. For interaction, you have to do certain actions. And depending upon your position, you are expected to do something. You cannot say that I don't have desire and therefore I will not work. The desires which are binding in nature means my fulfillment depends upon the fulfillment of a given desire. Or desires which are self-becoming desire. I always want to become somebody. I become something, then I will be happy. I do something, then I will be happy. Those are binding desires. Only that is given. When my happiness or my fullness depends on becoming, they have to be given. I am happy in being whatever I am. Physically, upaditaha. Because I am always Ananda. Let there be physical limitations, I don't care. Let there be physical problems, I don't care. I am not the body-mind complex. They being what they are, they will be always limited, body-mind complex. They being what they are, they will always cause some unhappiness to you. But it is at not Atma level, it is at Upadhi level. That distinction, Viveka, is there. So those desires, as I said, transactional desire is there. But I am independently happy without that. Therefore, Prajahati, in fact, doesn't give up, things drop off. When you discover fullness, that is you, you don't desire for something which is small or insignificant. As in the same section, in the concluding verses, he says, Apuryamanam achala pratishtam samudramapa pravishanti yadvat tadvat kama pravishanti sarve sa shanti mapnoti nakama. Means fullness is like ocean. Infinitude. Infinitude or fullness is something that which cannot be improved upon. Ocean. Very beautiful example. Millions of cusecs of water goes to ocean in monsoon. Across the world when the monsoon season is there. But the ocean doesn't get flooded. It is so full, it remains as it is. And suppose there is a drought and there is no water flowing into ocean, it is not that a sea beach, the ocean water gets receded and the plain land is now more available. Manhattan and our Bombay fellows will build apartment because within that time, in short time, they will start apartment. No, ocean is full. Entering waters of river in an ocean doesn't impact, or not entering water in ocean doesn't impact its fullness. So also, having Vishaya Sukham or not, it doesn't impact me. Naksashanti tadvat pravishanti kamaha sarve. I even get all pleasures. What is there in Prarabdha? He may live a life of king, or he may live a life of a pauper, it doesn't matter. I have happiness. That's a freedom. So the dependency is gone. So, Amrutatvam viditva, having known Amrutatvam, Nahya Dhruvaihi, Adhruva means immortal, Anitya. Nityam na prarthayante, Athat in apurnata, incompleteness, they don't seek completeness. Because they know, I am Purna, I am Ananda. Or they see the whole world as mithya. When I know I am the Satyam, substratum of all mithya, I am the Satyam of all mithya, they don't seek any mithya anymore. Dhruva Shabda can be interpreted as Satyam and Adhruvam can be interpreted as mithya. Relatively speaking, an example that comes to my mind, we had a game called Business. It was, I don't know whether you have in Japan or other countries, that it was a board and you play and you have given currency and different houses. We had houses in Bombay houses, Churchgate and Chennai Road and blah blah blah. In between some companies you own. If you reach there, you buy that company. So when you buy the company and serve your partner, co-player comes to that home, he or she has to give you rent and you get money out of it. So people are in a spree of buying. And in between there is jail also. If you go there, you are jailed. In our Indian business, That means you have to pay the fine and skip the turn once or twice. Children, when they play, there are notes, there is not smaller denomination. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 1,000, 10 lakh rupees currency. Big man. All are Zuckerberg and Buffett's. No small thing they have to talk. Ambani's and all. They get so excited if they get more rent. And if the co-partner or the co-player goes to jail, I will have 2 tons. You are in jail, pay the fine, blah, blah, blah. Because those currencies are real for them. The Gnani Purusha, who has Mahatma Gandhi's in the pocket, all our currency note have Gandhiji on it. Those notes don't have Gandhiji. So fellow who has those notes of RBI, Adhruveshu dhruvam na prarthayante. He doesn't care whether I win or I lose, whether I earn or lose. He doesn't bother. But that is mithya. He knows it. And if you don't recognize Gandhiji as mithya, you are also Bala. That's all the difference is. This money and all that. Anyway, coming back to this, adhruvam, dhruveshu na prarthayante means desire drops off. The person doesn't have any desire to win the game, to defeat the grandchild. The grandfather may play with the grandchild. Freedom. Adhruveshu. So, and this for happiness also, these pleasures of the world are nothing but cause of dukkha. He doesn't go for them because he knows, he or she knows, I am Ananda. So this is Gnana Phalam. What is the result of the knowledge? In 2 shlokas, they showed the journey of a seeker. First step is to become introvert from extrovert. Kaschid dhiraha pratyagatmanam aikshati avrutta chakshuhu amrutatvam ichan. The first step is to become introvert and nurture the desire for Atmagna. There are so many steps are missing here. And that desired Vivek, Vairagya, Samadhamadi, Moksha, then comes Guru Upasadanam, then Guru Sushrusha Ityadi, then Shastra Shravanam, Mananam, Nididhyasanam, and then Amrutatvam Viditva. Having known the Amrutatvam, then comes. Because earlier it has been discussed, in earlier verses they said, Tad Vijnanartham Guru Pariksha Lokan Kapar Karma Chitan Sarvan Guru Meva Bigachyate. It has been discussed. So he is just summarizing, not discussing in detail. But this is the journey. What is the journey? That I am born extrovert. There is a natural tendency to pursue Vishayas. And to put a halt or to slow down or to put a break is the human Purushartha. Animal also will go. How you achieve? Through Viveka and through Dharma. When you live a life of Dharma, you become free, relatively free from the pressures of likes and dislikes. Bahirmukta goes, becomes introvert. And again the life of Dharma and Dharma means contributory actions. What I have to give in. Those actions will lead to mokshecha. Amrutatvam ichan. And that mokshecha would lead to search for the solution. And go to teacher and study Shastra, etc. with proper infrastructure, inner infrastructure. Proper inner infrastructure means in terms of Shraddha, etc. Shraddha, Titiksha, Ityadi, that Shat Sampatti is inner infrastructure. That takes you to Guru and it has to be nurtured while living with the Guru. What? To gain the knowledge and to assimilate the knowledge also. They are needed to do Manana Nidhyasan also. And then you gain the moksha. This is how line is. We'll see the next verse tomorrow. Then he starts Vastu Nishchaya, Swarupa, describes what is Atma Tattvam, etc. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. In a subtle form. Secondly, whatever you want to create, you need to have knowledge of that thing. Like if you want to create a pot, the creator must have the knowledge of pot. If you want to create a chapati, you should have knowledge of chapati. Similarly, to create everything, you should have all knowledge. That is Sarvagna. That creator, assuming the status of all knowledge, that Sarvagnatvam is called Hiranyagarbha. Okay? So, creator deciding to create, like architect agreeing, okay, I'll design your building. That is one state. The whole building is in unmanifest form. Then the building becomes manifest in knowledge form, and then it becomes actual form. So that when the whole thing is in seed form, that state of the creator is called Ishvara. Sometimes Parameshvara, in a seed form. You can say Pralaya Kala. When there is dissolution, everything is there in a seed form, Bijavastha. At a proper time, at the time of creation, understand the limitations of language. This is where you need a traditional teacher. Like I told you, Yoga Karma Kaunsalam, another verse, that Sita Prajna verse. At the time of creation, It's a figurative use. Because when we say pralaya, dissolution, time and space are also dissolved. There is no time left. Desha, kala, everything. Then which time? Which clock is ticking? It is a clock of karma phala ticking. And that only Ishvara is awake. Krutau supte jagratvamasi phala yogi kratubatam. Karma pratvastam. Exactly like our sleep. You sleep because your body needs rest. But when the body is completely recouped, then you wake up. That's not the case. Sometimes before, sometimes later. What wakes you up? Valli Upanishad mantra is there. Punasya janmantara karma yogat sa eva jiva swapiti prabuddha. This, when the karma phalas ripen, ready to give him sukha dukkha, jiva has to experience. Jiva is woken up. I used to call this, when I studied, then I used to tell those days in 81, something, 82, Rishikesh. There were hardly 7-8 rooms in ashram, our Rishikesh ashram. And I was a brahmachari and I had taken a vow not to ask. So I didn't have a sweater, woolen. I used to wear 2-3 banyans and use the blanket all day. Typical Rishikesh Mahatma. And new rooms were built of cement. I used to go for bhiksha, Kali Kamli. I never ate in ashram. The evening sometimes I used to eat. Morning breakfast, okay, because nobody gave breakfast. And we used to get dal roti. It was standard. Roti is so thick. And I, a Gujju fellow, born and brought up with pulkas, Our roti is so thin. If you give Punjabi Mahatma in one go, it will go in. So they used to give dal. It was a 3-storied dal. All masalas will be floating, in between lot of water and down below few grains of dal. And I had one dolcha, steel tumbler. So I used to go there, they give you roti in hand. So I always used to go with a plastic bag. I didn't like to carry in hand. They were very practical, ecology friendly. No paper dish, nothing. So हाथ में रोटी लाना है और उसमें दाल. And then there is a big bhiksha, they get you vegetable. Vegetable is potato and brinjal, nothing else. And that too, this size potatoes, So you stand in a queue and bring. And it was too hot for me, spicy. Gujaratis don't eat that tikha. So I used to bring to Gangaji and pour it. And slowly water comes and the chili goes. That was routine. And then tear the roti and put it in, let it soak for 5-10 minutes. Then I could eat. That was the days. And now when Suddhanji stays, that room not there, the yoga hall, there was only 2 rooms. And down below there are 2 suite rooms, what they call 11, 12 in those days. Now there's 27, 28. That used to be kitchen and dining and store. And ashram was only up to, there is one water drain near Suddhanji's room. Only that much. And it was only barbed wire, not even a compound wall. And Puja Swamiji's kutia also was not like this. It was just, I have to take this. Yogi is calling. He had called me and told I'll call you. Sorry. So, when I'll keep it on. It was so cold. I used to have one blanket and then rajai and another blanket. And you cover yourself. But it was so cold that the inside bed will become cold. So at night, if you turn around, you get a current and you wake up. That is called papa. Janmantar karma yogat. And that is a phone I have to take. Sorry. हाँ जी बोलिए. हाँ परमात्मा. Sorry. So, when you have karmaphala ripened, then you are pushed to waking state. Till then, when you sleep, there is no papa or punya. There is no experience of the world outside. Like an individual, Shruti says, Janmantara karma phala yogat. Purva janma karma means prarabdha. Swapiti prabuddha. The fellow सोने वाला उड़ जाता है. कौन उठाता है? कर्मफल. Individual. Same way samashti. All are sleeping, means bijavastha. What wakes them? Karmafala. And who is karma daksha karmafal data? Ishvara. So that state is Ishvara. When the thing is ready and it comes to him in the form of knowledge, so kamayat bahusyam prajayeti, I am creating. That state is called Hiranyagarbha. Okay? Parameshvara is used for Maya Upahita, generally Mayapati, Adhipati. And sometimes Bhashyakara uses the word Ishvara for Brahman also in tradition. When the Maya is also dissolved cognitively, that state is Ishvara. So Parameshvara or Ishvara generally means Maya Upahita Chaitanya, Samashti. But sometimes used as Brahman also. Swayambhu. The same Ishvara is called Swayambhu. Ishvara becomes Hiranyagarbha. And the same Ishvara is called Vishwa. What is Vishwa? Vividhena bhavati, vividhena bhati. In many forms it reveals. That is called Ishavasya idam sarvam. The gross manifestation, sthula abhivakti of Ishvara is called Vishwa. Hiranyagarbha is called Taijasa also, sometimes. But samasti way is Hiranyagarbha. Hiranyam garbhe yasya. Hiranyam means Gnanam, Sarvagna, Ishvara. Since Ishvara is the cause of the entire creation, and there is no cause for him, it is called Swayambhuva. Swayam Bhavati. Actually, he causes himself. He is not caused, he is always there. There is no Bhavati. Swayam Bhati iti Swayam Bhavati. Bhuvaha. So, we say Bhuvaha, but he is always there. Sat Swarupatvat. Only thing is, becomes a creator as though when he invokes the Maya Shakti. He says, Tasmin Garbham Dadhamyaham. I enliven my Maya. Sort of provides sentiency to Maya Shakti. That is why he can be called as Swayambhuvaha. Okay? Same Paramatma or same Brahman is called all the three. But called three to make us understand that all the three are one. They are not three. It is only one Vastu. And they are not different state of one Vastu also. Because there is no creation. It is like my dream. If I accept my dream and then say I am the creator, I get a status of being creator because I accept there is a dream. But the whole dream is mithya. So from Vastu point of view, he is not even creator. But at the same time, creation is there. We are talking in creation. So we have to accept that. Vyavaharika Jagat. So the names are given. But we have to understand that all the three are one, not separate. That is a tatparya. not understanding this, different phenomena, different creative processes are talked in Upanishad. Brihadaranyaka says something, Taittiriya says something. The so-called Panditas, the word Pandita actually means Panda Pragna Yasya Asti iti Pandita. One who has Panda, not Banaras Pandas, not Vrindavan Pandas. They will take money demanding. Panda means wisdom. One who has wisdom. Therefore I said so-called Panditas. They know only Shabda Gnana. And more so Western scholars always question. This Upanishad says this Upanishad says this Upanishad says this. About creative process. So some of them said it is a blabbering or prattling of the rishis. And on the basis of this they try to codify. This was the first Upanishad, then after this century this came, and then this came, and then this came. There is order, they think. This is the oldest Upanishad. And this is latest Upanishad. As though latest rishis are there. Kali Yuga may be. Now everybody uses the word Upanishad. One fellow here, not Upanishad, Veda. He wrote a book on go, cow, Go Upanishad. Then he wrote Go Veda. I said, kahan se aaya Go Veda? Apna Ved nikala, you know. Somebody wrote Shikshak Veda. Arre, Shikshak ka Upanishad. The Upanishad for teachers. Upanishad is Brahma Vidya. And these teachers are teaching in the school. That to primary school fellow. Not even university guy. Wrong, you said, not knowing the meaning of the Shastra. Anyway, then they say this is before and later. The Tatparya of Srishti Prakriya is not to give krama. Tatparya is to tell that originally it was Brahman and now also it is only Brahman. Like saying, there was 20 kg golden brick. From this, 1000 ornaments have come. How it came? That brick was divided into 20 pieces. Each piece, this first 10 piece was converted into rod, and they were divided into 200 pieces. From each pieces came chain, from these pieces came bangle, from this piece came earrings, etc. They may give. Some other Upanishad will say, no, brick was cut into 2 pieces and then into 4 pieces. That doesn't mean this was before and after. The Tatparya is, originally it was gold, in between also gold, and now also gold. That's all. Ante to Hemanu Hem Hoy. That is the Tatparya. They don't understand. So they say this is before and this is later. Or they say there is a contradiction. Upanishad is not interested at all in telling you how, in what krama, what order it was created. There is no creation. It is only one vastu manifesting as all this. Where is an order? So, we are saying it is Namarupa only. Vacharambanam Namarupam. Mrittike ityeva satyam. But they don't understand and they differentiate. So also this Hiranyagarbha and Ishvara and Veshva are differentiated. Same vastu. Yes, any other question?
Yesterday's questions you didn't finish.
I explained in the class.
Oh, all those, okay. phone, I didn't realize those authors. Okay.
Swamiji, how do we know that, as you say, the kartutvam, there should be no kartutvam? And we are studying this for a long time, Chai, we practice that, but how do we know that we are really practicing?
See, this statement is wrong. There should be no kartrutvam. That's not a correct sentence. There is no kartrutvam. Don't make it mandatory. It is not something to be done willfully. It is something to be discovered. Okay? The problem, such questions arise because enough mananam and nididhyasanam is not done. You may study for a long time, and because of modern infrastructure, societal and media, societal and media infrastructure, people gain very sharp and subtle intellect. That you can see. Modern children are more intelligent than us. 5-10 years guys, when they talk to their grandparents and others, they are very sharp and very subtle. They understand what's going on and what's blah blah. You know, because their exposure is more. So that some preparedness is there to study Vedanta. You can understand. Cognitively it is clear. But there are emotional and habitual problems remain unaddressed. You cannot bypass your emotions. You cannot bypass your habits. That needs to be addressed. And that gets addressed by two things. One by seva. The Guru seva is very important. And secondly by manana and nididhyasana. That we hardly do, especially in American lifestyle. Once it is over, it is over. You get busy in daily chore, or duties and work and all that. You need to form a daily habit of daily listening and writing. Then only it gets assimilated. And we have to see this teaching in our day-to-day life. All the examples that I give are from day-to-day life. You have to see this is how where I am. And then slowly owning up what you got from the class. Then this question will not arise. And from my own experience, the best way to do mananam is to write notes. Not simply class points. What I used to do. When we were studying, for 1 hour lecture I used to spend minimum 1.5 to 2 hours. I'll sit and write down the krama, order. Upakrama, upasamhara. Where from he started, where he concluded, how the thought process got developed. I used to write in the class also, write notes. In fact, I studied shorthand to write all the points in the class. I still have those notes. Shorthand I write. And then I used to sit, read the whole thing, make points, and write as though I am going to teach tomorrow. It is my note. And I never used examples given by Pujya Swamiji. I'll find out those examples in my life. Very rarely, if I don't get, then I will quote this particular point. That means I kept on relating to me. And then when I write, I had doubts. Because you write, you think twice. Even telling becomes easy, but drafting a letter is required. So I had a doubt. Then I used to put it in a question answer class. Or I will wait for 2 days. It would get clear. So manana and nididhyasana should take place. And this is to be done regularly. As the Shastra Vakya is there, asuptehe amrutehe. Till you sleep, till you die, should think only this. Kalam nayet Vedanta chittaya. Generally, our study of Vedanta is piecemeal, in bouts. When Swami is there, you study. Modern technology is useful. You take a text, few Upanishads are there, listen 1 hour. It is better than class. You can stop the Swami there. You can ask the Swami to repeat. Here you can't. So, and write note. Then it will become clear. Writing notes is very useful. And if you confine yourself to a given teacher, then it becomes easy to relate. So you got the thought process, how development goes, becomes clear. People I know, I have some student in Ahmedabad. When I was teaching there in 84, 85, they are attending classes since then. But didn't grow because never wrote notes. Come, listen, go. No, not wrote notes means no mananam, no nididhyasanam.
Swami, can you shed light on one question that I've been pondering for a long time? Anant Janmo, Karma Sanskar, Anant Janmo, Anant Pralay થાય છે. But the first Janma, એના પહેલા there was no Karma Sanskar.
You see, there is no first Janma. I'll tell you why. Because when you are telling Ananta Janma, I am telling there is no Janma. Ajo Nitya Shashvatoyam Purana. So there is no first or last birth. It is Anadi, beginningless time. Or I would say nobody knows. Shastra says there is nothing, no beginning. This is how it is. As Pujit Chinmayanji used to say this. वो एक forest में था and somebody hit the arrow and it hit him. Who hit me? Where from it has come? What will be the consequence? Is it poisonous or not? Blah blah blah. Swamiji would say, अरे भाई एरो लगाए तो निकाल के आगे चल, कौन भेजा, छोड़ अभी भाग यहाँ से. Important. Rather than, so he had his own style, way of putting. Rather than thinking why first janma and when, why this janma, वो सोच के मुक्त हो जाओ. You discover yourself to be one with Ishvara, this question will not arise. The discovery is that I was never born. Na mata, na pita, na baddho, na mukta, na guru, na shishya, chidananda rupaha, shivoham shiva. That's it. There is no answer. This is the answer. Discover the fact that there is no janma for me. So where is the question of first and last? There is no birth. It is all in the realm of ignorance. Not appreciating this, Kathakaras say, Bhagavan was feeling lonely. He was getting bored, so he created the world. And then became so busy, they realized the mistake. Now it is too late. That's what the answer they give. That's not an answer. If Bhagavan feels lonely, then he is not worthy to be called Bhagavan. Because there is nothing other than Bhagavan. Ishavasam idam sarvam. So with many also he should feel lonely. He should continue feeling the same. And you feel lonely out of incompleteness. When you are happy, you don't feel lonely. Right? You feel lonely means you miss something. You miss something means you are incomplete. That is not Bhagavan. कथा में चलता है भगवान अकेला था, सोचा कुछ करूं, was getting bored. The word Bhagavan, apart from your question, is a most abuse. सबसे ज़्यादा दुरुपयोग भगवान शब्द का है. See, if I say mala, all of us will think something round, correct? कुछ माला मतलब ऐसे ही सोचेंगे ना, साइज छोटी बड़ी कुछ भी हो, माला is mala. If I say wristwatch, there is something to be worn on the hand. And maybe black, red, yellow, green or pink and round and square and whatever. Details. But there is something common in our perception of wristwatch. Nobody thinks of wristwatch being worn here. We'll see the time like this. No. You use a ring. Obviously it goes on fingers, nothing else. But if I say Bhagavan, सबके दिमाग में अलग है. एक ही धर्म वाले भी अलग सोचते. Same religion also have different concepts. And there are an nth number of religions. And every religion has different sects, sampradayas. Christianity has some 84 or something. And Muslims have more than 60 or something. That means each one has different Bhagavan. Sabka Bhagavan alag hai. Poor Bhagavan must be wondering what a prarabdha I have. Nobody understands me. Like this couple fighting, you don't understand me. You also don't understand me. Bhagavan must be feeling nobody understands me. Every day, poor fellow. One more or close? Okay. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Oh ॐ नमो भगवते वैवस्वताय मृत्यवे ब्रह्मविद्याचार्याय नचिकेतसे च पराञ्जिखानि व्यतृणत् स्वयंभूः तस्मात् परां पश्यति नान्तरात्मन् कश्चिद्धीरः प्रत्यगात्मानमैक्षत् आवृत्तचक्षुरमृतत्वमिच्छन् पराचः कामान् अनुयन्ति बालाः ते मृत्योर्यन्ति विततस्य पाशम् अथ धीरा अमृतत्वं विदित्वा न ह्यध्रुवम् अध्रुवेष्विह न प्रार्थयन्ते येन रूपं रसं गन्धं शब्दान् स्पर्शांश्च मैथुनान् एतेनैव विजानाति किमत्र परिशिष्यते एतद्वै तत्. Yesterday's question. Atma word is derived from three verbs. Yacha apnoti. Ap means to pervade. Apnoti, vyapnoti. Yacha apnoti, that which is upadana karanam of the entire creation. In the Taittiriya Upanishad mantra, tasmadva etasmad atmanaha akasha. From Atma only the Akasha came. So, yacha apnoti, yacha adatte. A plus da, the verb da diyate, with the prefix a. Adatte means to eat, to dissolve. So, and everything that dissolves into whom? Grahan karna, adatte. So, yacha apnoti, yacha adatte. To adatte. Who is unto whom everything comes back to. Everything resolves to. Yacha atti. Ad means atti, to eat. One who eats away the whole world means bhokta. That Atma who is Upadana Karanam, that Atma into which the entire world dissolves, is an ignorant being. As we have covered, with avidya upadhi, that Atma becomes devourer, eater of Vishayas, means Bhokta. One who is Bhokta. In other words, Bhokta is not away from Atma. Yacha apnoti, yacha adatte, yacha atti what? Vishayan iha in this world. When the self is born and dies, is a karta bhokta. Vishayaniha. Yacha asya santato bhavaha. That which is all pervasive. One who bestows the existence to everything else. Anything that is because of Atma. Tat Tasmat Atmeti Kathyate. Therefore it is called Atma. So self is the one. Let us take our order of ignorance. Self is the one which is appearing now as Bhokta, devouring or eating all the Vishayas, that self is the Upadana Karanam of the entire world, from whom the world has come. And that is the self which provides existence, satta, to all the things. Whatever is because of Atma. And unto whom the entire world dissolves unto whom. That is Atma. In other words, I am Ishvara. Okay? Jagat Karanam Brahma Aham Asmi. Sat Swarupo Api Aham Asmi. Nasato Vidyate Bhavaha Na Abhavo Vidyate Sataha. Nasto Vidyate Bhavaha. नास्तो भाव से नास्तो भाव से दिस इज कथाकार गुजराती कथाकार sometimes they translate in their own way. नास्तो विद्यते भावः न अभाव. नास्तो means in Gujarati breakfast. We like the breakfast in ashram. नास्तो विद्यते भावः न अभावो विद्यते सतः. That shloka, pramanam. It is, existence is because of that. And adatte sarvan, everything that resolves unto whom. Therefore, atmeti kathyate, it is kirtyate, it is called atma. Okay? This is etymological meaning. Rudi artha means common practice meaning is I. That I, what you everybody refers as I, that is Atma. And that I are as though two, till there is ignorance. Shastra accepts two eyes to arrive at one eye. Not that there are really two eyes. Real eye and unreal eye. Dva suparna sayuja sakhaya samane vrikshe pippalam swadu asti. Tayoranya pippalam swadu asti. Anyat abhichakashiti. So two means what? It is like saying to an actor who has as though forgotten his real identity and takes himself to be king or beggar. And he is told that there are two eyes, one obtaining eye and one real eye. Point is to tell that there are not two. Obtaining is not away from that real. That what you are alone is this king. So that obtaining eye in Ajnana Avastha is accepted from the time being. It is mithya. It is vacharambhanam. Fellow is called king because of the dress. Otherwise he is some actor X or Y, whatever his name is, that individual. But he doesn't know that this is my real nature. Similarly, individual doesn't know his or her real nature, so it is told this is you and that is real. But the real itself is there to give existence to the so-called unreal. English limitation, unreal. Actual word is mithya. Obtaining eye is mithya eye. What is mithya? Please understand. Mithya is mithya. Mithya. It is not mithya. Mar mithya. Pitya. Gosyu Gaudani Pitya. There is a typical colloquial village word. Mithya means what? That which exists in a borrowed existence. Mithya is not a vastu. When we say this is mithya, we are telling the reality of that vastu. By saying mithya, we are not saying it is illusion or delusion. So people say that. Saying mithya, we are not denying the existence. One of our ex-president who was head of the philosophy department, Dr. Radhakrishnan, had a complaint. Why these Vedantins call this world as mithya? This is such a beautiful word. It is beautiful. But there can be beautiful mithya also. There is a beautiful movie. There is a very nice movie, but it is mithya. What it is that's all we are telling, reality. What do we mean by mithya? The world doesn't stand on its own. Existence is because of Brahman, which permeates all of them. Like even all the golden ornaments. As Puja Swamiji is the example, sir. He always thought big. Suppose you have 1 ton of gold, not a kg, 1 ton, and created 100,000 ornaments. Beautiful design, latest design, worn by all heroines. Indian, American, Japanese, all heroines like that. All designs are there. But still it is mithya. Ornaments. Because each ornament is because gold is. That's all we are saying. We are not saying this earring is an illusion, give up. Why should you give up? Illusion. You better wear it and ask that fellow to give up and take away and sell and make money. We are not saying illusion. Mithya is that obtaining I is mithya. Because that I am. And then what do you say? I am so and so. Man or woman, son or daughter or father or engineer or doctor, blah blah blah. All that depends on I am. This is consciousness. That is limitless. I am a doctor I am a son, man or woman, male or female, is with reference to body. Body happens to be that, and that's your incidental identity. Real identity is I am consciousness. So they are told to I. The obtaining I is mithya, meaning thereby that real I alone is this. Or put it other way, that's better. This beggar is the actor. But actor is not beggar. By nature, it is different. So, two I are accepted in Shastra to resolve one I into another I and discover that one is real and another one is mithya. You start with two, but both of them do not enjoy same degree of reality. Teacher knows. But for an ignorant one, yes, this is real, obtaining I is real, and there is something which is real, they say. But there is no real or unreal. The right word is Satya and Mithya. Okay? So existence, all the roles of a given actor may play a number of roles. A versatile, seasoned actor. But all of them, all those identities are mithya. Because the satyam of all this identity is the actor. Okay? So obtaining Atma, obtaining I is limited I. Let's put it. And the Satya I is limitless. That limited I is superimposed on limitless I. Superimposition, adhyaropa. Born out of what? Avidya, adhyasa. Taking myself to be what I am not. Yen rupam rasam gandham shabdan sparshamscha maithuna. As I said, everything that is referred as mine. Each part of the body is mine. Put together, I. Inside, outside. You go to a doctor And you don't say, I am in pain. My stomach is, have pain. I have stomach ache. My foot has a problem. You say, my eyes have problem. You say, that there is a contradiction. The self-identity that you have as of now, that identity is based on something which is not you. Why? That is available for objectification as idam. What is called as mine, or what is seen, or in other words, what is known, cannot be the knower. Known cannot be knower. Like you, person doing research in America on Republican Party symbol. The Republican symbol is donkey. He does research. He knows this donkey better than all of us. Because he has done research. But that is known vastu. He or she doesn't become. Simple as that. It is known to me. Knower is always different from known. Unfortunately here, at 5 levels, the knower becomes identified with the known and claims itself to be that. At 5 levels. And that is why they are called koshaha, pancha koshaha. Koshaha means covering. There is no covering, actually. Why? Because if there is covering, the covering always is larger or bigger than covered. Correct? If you want to cover your car, you have to have the car cover bigger than the car. If you want to cover your legs, it has to be bigger. You can't have छोटे भाई का पायजामा and बड़े भाई का कुर्ता. Younger brothers पायजामा and older brothers kurta. That's the dress they wear. It cannot cover unless it is bigger. In that case, Atma becomes little. There's 5 coverings. They take the word literally. When you study Shastra, you should know the implied meaning of it. The vastu that is being revealed is beyond words. Or it is unknown. That unknown vastu is communicated through known vastus, known words. And the teacher has no option but to use these words. But teacher should build the context. And students should understand the context, why it is called cover. Otherwise you literally take it cover and people draw diagrams, big Annamaya course, then the inside is Pranamaya course, and this course and that course, and inside light Atma. It is not that battery inside the body. And for inside they draw Om, that is Atma. And these con fellows have this verse, Sunichaiva Svakecha Pandita Samadarshina Vidya Vinaya Sampanne Brahmane Gavi Hastini. That Vidya Vinaya Sampanna Brahmana means very scholar person with wisdom, with humility. Brahmane, cows, hastini, elephant and dogs. Everywhere there is one Atma. So they picked a picture of elephant inside Krishna. Oh, baby Krishna. With a battery. With lights on. It makes more noise than amplifies the noise. And there is a Krishna, baby Krishna inside. Inside the dog also is Krishna. That is not true. It is not one of the thing. It is the thing. Inside word also you should understand. Gold is inside the chain. Gold inside, that doesn't mean it is inside literally. Understand, that inside is different. And water is inside the tumbler, that inside is different. I am inside room is different. There are no koshas. It is not covering. They are called covering because when something is covered, that which is covered is not sin. Only that much sense. The vastu covered is not seen, not recognized. Self is not recognized in a way because of this gross body. The actual sentence should be, the self is not recognized because of identification with the gross body. That's all it is. Otherwise, self is not covered, literally, it is covered like that. So, yena rupam rasam gandham shabdas sparshansya maituna. So, the teacher here talks about all our experiences. All experiences. And that experiences that takes place, they take place through sense organs. So, it implying that all the panchakoshas, the body, because you require senses. Senses, rupam, to see the form and color, you require eyes. But eyes to operate, you require body, golakaha, the place for the eyes to reside. Eyes don't move around by itself. The sukshma sharira always requires a sthula sharira to manifest. So sthula body is also included. And eyes alone don't see. Eyes can see only when backed by the mind and intellect. Otherwise, how are they going to see? So, all the panchakoshas are included. So, sthula sharira is not, yena sthula shariram vijanati, yena indriyani vijanati, by which you know gross body. How do you say gross body? Because each part you refer as mind. How do you know? Because you know you have pain. And therefore there is a standard excuse we had when we had in school. I have stomach ache. No doctor can verify that you have stomach ache or not. And by the time verification, this clinical laboratory thing's over, it is gone. It is gone, I am okay. So there was a standard excuse those days. So you know your body and therefore you know your senses. As I told you in the morning, ophthalmologists ask you, do you hear? Even if you have gone for audio test, they put you in a soundproof room and then make some noise. To what extent you hear, accordingly they will advise. I had my full body checkup in 19 or something, and then when I went for ear, they said, now stop using AirPods as far as possible. You will lose your hearing capacity. And the way these youngsters are using, I am afraid that we will have all the bearers in the world, across the world. It would be happy married life. They don't listen each other. That is a possibility because these guys are having problems when they talk to each other. Let's discuss it out. Let's clear it out. That discussion only creates problem. Let's have some clarity. That clarity creates more confusion. That's how they fight it out. So, everybody using this. But I know my ears. I know diabetic patients are told that be careful. Moment you lose a sense of touch in your feet, there is a problem. And you have to amputate the legs. So, all senses are known to me. My mind is also known to me. I am knower. There is some I. Who knows my mind? I know better than anyone else. I know my emotions. When I say mind, I know my doubts. I know my errors. Therefore, when people in question answer, they say, I have a doubt. How do you know? Because I know I have a doubt. Teacher knows sometimes, looking at the eyes. Because when you tell something, the fellow is blank face. Then you know that this is not gotten in, And some people have reflected ego. when they belong to some institution or Swami, I come across these reflected ego fellows. I have to deal with acharyas. They are big guns, but they are very friendly. But their secretaries are more egoistic than the boss. If I call them a while, say like that, they talk to me, And then boss, Swamiji, when are you come? Blah, blah. They become friends. So their reflected ego, this fellow has. Similarly, some people have reflected knowledge in laughter. When everybody laughs, then they start laughing. That is called tube light nyaya. Okay? That's a problem, tube light nyaya. Anyway, coming back to this topic, point is, my mind and my emotions are known. If I am angry, I know I am angry. And they complain when they fight, we say that now stop, I am getting irritated. Stop talking, now I am getting angry. Then she tells, you know only how to get angry, you don't know anything, that is enough. That's all she gives a compliment. That's it. So I know my anger, emotions, and I know my knowledge also. I know this much only I know. And I know my ignorance also. Avidya is also known to us. That thank God they know. Otherwise all the doctors will treat everybody. When you go to a doctor, he says, this is not my subject. You go to another doctor. Because what for? He knows I am not expert in this. In fact, in Apara Vidya, in Valli knowledge, it is Apara Vidya is called Avidya. Apara Vidya hi Avidya sa. Apara Vidya. Para Vidya means self-knowledge. Any other knowledge means a knowledge of any other object other than self is Apara. That is called Avidya. You know why? Because more you study, you discover areas of your ignorance in that subject. More you study, you know what all you do not know. Exactly like our doctors in India. If you go to general practitioner here, you say, I have a back problem, he will give medicine. You say, I have a fever, he will give medicine. If you say, I have some breathing problem, they will give medicine. If you say, I have an eyes problem, they will give some drops. They will give medicine for everything. Indian GP. And typical pink and white and yellow tablets for 2 days, 3 days. After 2 trials, 6 or 8 days, then you say there is no improvement. Then the standard dialogue is, Bade Saab ko dikhayenge, shall we go to bigger boss? You said, yeah sir, I have no problem. Then you go, who is the Bade Saab, bigger sir? That specialist. You go to consultant. Like you have eye problem, he treats, and you go to consultant. That consultants give time but never maintain. They give you appointment of 2 o'clock, but you will be in by 3:30 or something. And he just checks to just within a minute. The family doctor will give you comfort that I have checked. You should go. The Indian family doctors are really good. They make you feel good, when you go them, they say, they will ask first, oh Swamiji, after a long time I am seeing you. I don't want to see you lifelong. Why should I come to you? They will always personalize the relationship. Poor fellow is well-meaning, but बहुत समय बाद दिखे आप क्या है सब ठीक है. The second point is everything okay? If everything is okay, why the hell I should come to you? out of courtesy they ask. And they will ask sometimes when you are close, they ask about family, and if they know the son or daughter is to be married, he got to married and all that, they will ask all those questions. Consultant doesn't ask. They hardly smile. And write some medicine. What they have written, only chemist can read. You can't read what medicine they have written. One lady went to a chemist with letter, "Okay, please read what is written." Chemist read and said, "Madam, this is a love letter. You have come to me, it's a wrong person, that is addressed to you." She said, "That's why I have come. He is a doctor. How he writes, I can't read. You better read and tell me." What he has written, he is writing. I can't read it out. You tell me what love, which amount of love he has expressed for me. And then, after some medicine, they will say, "I am ophthalmologist, okay, but it seems you have problem with your retina. Go to retinologist." Retinologist, they know what they don't know. All these are known to us. That being the case, I cannot be anything of that. Yena rupam rasam gandham shabdan sparshan samaitunan ete naiva vijanati, by which you know that is you. And having known that self, kimatra parishishyate. Atra means here. What is there left out? Means what else needs to be known. You have known everything. Knower of the self becomes knower of everything. Yes, sarvagna sarvavid. Now this sentence you need to understand. How the knower of the self knows everything. Knows everything means what? Samanyataya janat. Bhagavan is also sarvagna. And wise person is also sarvagna. But both of them are common. In a sense, both of them know the truth of everything. That is consciousness, Atma. But Ishvara knows Visheshena, in detail. A goldsmith shop owner in India would know all the ornaments. And a customer having a good eye to identify the gold will also know the ornaments. The difference is, this fellow knows that all these ornaments, this side ornaments are 18 karat, this side it is 20 carats. That's all. Of gold. But this fellow knows all the designs and their prices. Detail. So, when you say wise person knows everything, means what? All the knowledge that takes place because of consciousness. The limitation, what you call knowledge in Vyavhara, that when we say knowledge is Vishesha Gnanam, specific Gnanam. And then you say, I am limited, I am Alpagnaha. That limitations is caused by mind. Mind capacity is limited, that upadhi is limited. Bhagavan has Maya upadhi, so he knows everything in detail. But he knows that I know because of consciousness, and wise person also knows that I know because of consciousness. Eka Chaitanyam eva. The consciousness alone is the truth behind all knowledge. Like even in a movie, there is a Dvaitam in a movie. There are different characters, different things and beings. Transactions are taking place. But you know what everything is manifestation or superimposition on light. It is only one light, which is actor, which is actress, hero, heroine, which is villain, and which is extras, which is fountain and garden and everything. So, knowing the light, you know the whole movie, meaning thereby everything is mithya, that is understood. When you know it's a play of light, then you are not affected. The movie Gnanis will sit quietly and say, acting is good, huh? Choreography is good, huh? That actress, ornaments are very nice. That's all they talk. Whereas the ignorant guys, taking it to be real, means having identified with the movie, becomes happy and unhappy. All kinds of emotions they go through because they don't see the vastu because of which the movie is. They see only nama-rupas. You only see actor and actress. They only see those scenes and situations. That is that is how their perception is. But when I know everything is light, you know everything. No wise person knows everything means wise person knows everything is mithya. Ante to hemanu hem hoye nama rupa jujava. All names and forms are many, but there is variety in the names and forms. But ultimately it is gold. That's all. Knows everything. Means everything is made up out of gold only. And the implied meaning, he knows everything is gold, or other words is, everything is manifestation of. That means so-called everything is mithya. There is only one vastu, one reality, gold. Then what we call everything depends on gold, therefore it is mithya. Vacharambhanam vikaro namadeyam, namesake. We all decided. Did you, I don't know if you recognize this or not. Most of the ornaments that human beings wear, they are all round. Ring is round. Bangle is round. Bracelet is made round. Mala is round. You wear in the foot is also round. All the rounds. What you wear in the ears is round. Nose ring is also round. That's all. Everything is round. Size of the round you call it nose ring, earrings, bangles, different names. Sometimes this in the movie or in TV show, the heroine wears such a earrings that you wonder it is earrings or hand ring. Is it bangle or what? You don't know what it is. It's a nama. A name given to a form. That's it. By mutual acceptance. Humanity calls this is this is that, this is that. Ultimately, vastu, because of which that form is, that is suvarna. If it is made out of gold. So, vastu is only one. Ante to hemnu. And that when you know the gold, you know everything. Know the everything means you know the reality of everything. You know the reality of everything means everything is only name and form. In other words, everything is only transactional reality. It is all upadhi level. It is all vyavhara. I don't take it as ultimate. It's a prarabdha, it's not that. So, this is yena rupam rasam gandham Kimatra parishishyate. What else is to be known? You know? Sparshendriya, you know. All the tests you know. Whether tea is hot or cold, you know. See, this tongue is 3 in 1. It is Rasnendriya, it is Vakindriya, speaking, and Sparshendriya also. Therefore you have feeling of ice cream and tea different. You need to, there is in the tongue, you test it, and if it is not enough temperature, you don't enjoy. I want this much hot, I want this much cold. First you have that feeling, and then rasana. 3 in 1. Rupam rasam, that rasam is known to you. Gandham is known to you. That knower is limitless. It is not confined to given body. It is not inside body. Everything is inside it. It is like pot space. The space is not inside the pot, but the pots are in the space. Since it is everywhere, therefore kimatra parishishyate. That consciousness is Sat Swarupa, and that consciousness is Ananda Swarupa. It is Satchit Ananda or Satyam Gnanam Anantam Brahma. It is all the way. Since it is Anantam, Kimatra Parishishyate. It has no limitation of time, Nityaha. Space, all pervasive, and objectivity. It manifests as all the being. Anything that is superimposed on that vastu. Therefore, Shruti says, Kimatra parishishyate. There is nothing to be known. The sentiency of the body-mind complex is because of consciousness. Like, the typical Indian way of heating the tea again. You give a cup of tea or a cup of coffee, like in the south of India, in a steel tumbler. And that fellow says, it is too cold, I want hot. So you don't put it in a vessel. You take a vessel, put water, and put the cup inside water. So the tea then becomes, or coffee becomes hot. Coffee is hot now because the cup is hot. Cup is hot because the water surrounding is hot. The water is hot because the container is hot. Container is hot because fire below is hot. Fire below is hot because of it is hot. It is not like that American, put it in oven, you got in 40 seconds. Cup, re-garam, reheating takes place. Those days, this is how we had those second time hot tea. Similarly, body is conscious, senses are conscious because mind is sentient. Mind is there because buddhi, antakaranam is conscious. Antakaranam is conscious because of consciousness, and consciousness is conscious because it is consciousness. That is why whole thing, the as-though connection of these inert vastu with the sentient being, consciousness. The consciousness manifests as sentiency, Chaitanya. as abhivakti, as chetana, it is because of antahkarana, sukshma sharira. We have antahkaranam. Antahkaranam has a capacity to reflect, to manifest consciousness as sentience. Antahkarana becomes sentient. Antahkarana being a part of Sukshma Sharira, and all sense organs are part of Sukshma Sharira, so Sukshma Sharira becomes sentient, and that Sukshma Sharira is connected to Sthula Sharira, therefore Sthula Sharira becomes sentient. Remember, what is Antahkaranam? Apanchikruta panchakruta mahabhutaihi krutam satkarmajanyam sukha dukkhadi bhoga sadhanam, and then pancha jnanendriyani, pancha karmendriyani, pancha pranaha, manaschaika, buddhischaika, saptadashakala, 17 senses of perception, senses of action, and all the pranas, and mana and buddhi, means antahkarana. That antahkarana becomes sentient, and thereby the rest of the things, these panchas, senses, action, these etc. becomes sentient. And this antahkarana connected to a given gross body becomes sentient. And it is not that consciousness leaves. It is not that consciousness enters. This Kathakar tell this. Jab Prabhu Hriday mein baitha hai, when Bhagavan is sitting in heart, as long as you are there, Bhagavan decides to go, you are gone. I don't know where he decides to go. Because the space is within him where he can go. He can't go anywhere. And on the contrary, they say Bhagavan is sarvatra. It is not this consciousness leaves the body. It is the Sukshma Sharira that lives. What makes him live? Karma phalas. Who takes it? The Jivatma. That Ahankara. Ahankara means Karana Shariram. Karana Sharira carries Sukshma Sharira to different yonis. And which yoni? That depends on the karma phalas. And how and where? That depends on the karma phala. Karma phala is GPS. Before fellow, it is there in Shastra. Before Jivatma lives, the whole GPS is decided. How the Jivatma will travel, which lokas, which yonis and where, and then will end up there. They go by GPS. And there is no roadblock in that moment. This GPS, there is no red line and yellow line. It is always moving ahead. And that GPS takes him to another yoni. It is mentioned how you go, like mountaineering, climbing. Before lifting the left leg, you place the right leg first. Make sure where it is placed is stable. Then this is lifted. So GPA is decided and Chitragupta gives clearance. This will be ready, parents in this yoni, then this fellow travels. So, what goes and comes is Sukshma Sharira. What is Sukshma Sharira? Is a means for Sukha Dukkha Bhoga Sadhanam. It is sadhanam. Means to experience the world. It is not simple experience to gain sukha and dukkha, depending upon karmas, depending upon papa and punyas. And what type of dukkha and what type of sukha, that is according that types he or she mates with the world. The sukha dukkha, in any given, suppose crow, fellow is destined to become crow. because he was too much of talking, come. So Bhagavan said, become a crow. Becoming a crow in Gujarat is different. And in Punjab, different Sukha Dukkhas. Winter is heavy there. I saw crows in Switzerland, on Titlis. And you go there, there were crows. Because maximum tourists come there from Gujarat. And there, no, don't laugh that too. I mean something else. Jivadaya is maximum in Gujarat. The Jivadaya. So they carry some snacks and feed crows there also. I have seen it is white, snow white, and then they throw chavana. All yellow and red items. So it becomes clear. When I saw that, when the previous team had gone, and I just went first. So I saw that, I immediately understood. It must be Gujarati Jivdaya. They must have brought for themselves to eat. But having seen the crow there, the crow had some punya over there. In that winter, he has different Sukha Dukkhas. So Samasti Jiva Sukha Dukkha. Punya Papas decide Samasti objects, Samasti infrastructure, Samasti situation. And that is how the Ishvara creates the world. But it is through Sukshma Sharira. You have to have subtle body that travels. Ultimate consciousness is everywhere. Kimatra Parishishya. What is there to be known? And he continues further. We'll see tomorrow. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadhaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Harihi Om Shri Gurubhyo